in. Show me the all damn day. Stay at home all damn day. Bumped in. Show me the all damn day. Bumped in.
Well, hello and welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here in our final day of WAMO darts, and it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a great one. Looking forward to seeing it on the dartboard. We got right here for us our second round matchup of Not So Haggard taking on Blue Water. And yes, we are a little bit behind schedule today, but that's because there was a giant marathon in front of the Rush Center. Caused a lot of the teams to get in late. So we are just now getting going. This is the second round matchup. You guys did not miss much, and we're excited to look at some great darts. Not So Haggard is the team of Eric Dyerson, Justin Mistretta, Nate Hag, and Sam Wilkinson. On the other side there, Blue Water Amusements. That's Derek Krause, Jamie Kopp, Kevin Starks, and Mitchell Dye. This is the loser side of the bracket, so losing team does go home and gets knocked out, and their WAMO will be over. Winning team will move on to that 5th, 6th position match. These are the top 8 teams from that round robin phase. So looking forward to seeing how they play out. This at the line right now is Justin. Finds a solid 111 to get things going. Derek, far outside, needs to find out how to get back into this one. For leg number 1. It is going to be a best of 7 format, race to 4, so should be some pretty intense matchups. We saw last night some very intense darts that really brought out the best in a lot of the players, and then at times brought out some of the worst in the players, right? We had a little bit of a marathon. A lot of these players are going to hopefully have took their night, got some rest, got hydrated, ate a good breakfast, because they know today is where it matters. The question for Division 1 is, who's going to beat Milwaukee Monsters? This will be their 4th or 5th year in a row of winning this event if they go through with it. So that's a pretty intense record to be able to win it not once, not twice, but thrice, potentially 4 times. And when you win enough times in an event in a row, where you don't even remember how many times in a row it's been, that's how you know it's been a good run. Justin taking a breath here. Just needs to continue to pile on the pressure. Derek all the way back at 431. Reese should already be coming into play. And Mitch is not even on a finish yet. Does leave a bogey on that last dart by staying on the 18. But no real consequence in sight for that dart. Derek's going to need to play perfect from here on out to try to save leg number 1. It's a good start to the campaign. Normally, you find that bottom spot of the 20 looks so inviting, but there, unfortunately, was not able to collect on the second 2 darts. Team Blue Water lost to Rockstar in the first round. That's the team of Aiden Cromwell, Eric Bobzine, Nate Horan, and Paul Cooper. Not So Haggard lost to that team we were following yesterday, Sam's Saloon. It's going to be Brad Zemlo, Derek Schneider, Jose Campin, Leon Hopkins, and Matt Jenkins. So tough first round matchups, but every matchup's going to be tough in this bracket. Bottom side here, this one's for Carl. Is taking on Augie's Bullshooters on the other losers side matchup. Augie's Bullshooters, Dustin Larson, Kevin Schmitz, Ryan Sofa, and Sean Kafflish. This one's for Carl, Byron Johnson, Big Joe O, Justin Meyer, Ray Schultz, and Ryan Larscheid. So who will continue to move on? We already got a juicer matchup going on the winter side as well. Milwaukee Monsters Black Saddle, a very familiar matchup if you have ever watched this event be streamed before. Then Rockstar and Sam Saloon on the top side. Ryan Blakely saying, setup shots are confusing for me already. It's too early for this, Nick. Listen, a lot of the players also agree. They're working on some of the setups, working some of the mathing. It's going to be a process where I think if we look back at this coverage in a couple years of this format, it will look very different on the top ends. But yes, it does hurt my brain. I was going trip 10 for double 18 instead at 21. You're just going to tee up, so you should be hitting 5 for 16. You don't need to go any lower than that. You can go lower than that, but 5 for 16 is fine. 117 for 4, also fine. It's just where Derek's at. You're not worried about the extra couple points there because he would, even if he hits a 180, he'd still be in freezing range. But inconsequential nonetheless. And Will Stewart impersonator extraordinaire Mitch Dye, not happy with that round. But we'll see what Justin's able to do at 96, trip 20 for double 18. Or leg number 1 on the dartboard. Trip 17 for double 20. Double 20 it is. Double 20 is not. That they're well off the margins. Just would have to agree with that remark. Derek's going to have to leave himself a finish and hope they fade the 4 and the 35 again. That helps. That helps. And that helps. There's a 180. Derek showing up to the leg a little later than he intended. 3 clear at double 2. You would expect this to go from Eric. And it does go for Not So Haggard. That's a 1-0 advantage. It's a race to 4, so you got a little bit of time. He starts back there giving a little bit of calisthenics, a little toe touch before getting things going. Kevin to start us off for leg number 2. Kevin and Mitch taking on Justin and Sam in this leg. Can't believe it's already come and went, WAMO. It has been a lot of fun covering this amazing tournament. I'm glad to be back out here for my second time. It has been a marathon, I'm not going to lie. Not just because of this tournament, but just because of the fact that of coming straight from the Cleveland extravaganza over to here and then getting ready to go to Chicago next week. So just want to say I'm thankful for all of you guys for being patient with my subpar performance this week on the commentary booth. Hopefully you guys have at least been enjoying the coverage because I've been enjoying bringing it to all of your screens and devices. Starks does not get in. Justin doesn't punch by a lot. Only a 30-point head start. But it's a head start nonetheless. Mitch gets on the second. Finds a trip 20 on the third, so good recovery there. 76. That's pretty much all you really want. A trip and a double is great. A double and 2 trips, or double and 2 singles is also fine. You're looking for around that 80 or more range, so 76 on the end, you'll take it. Or 72 on the end. Or 76. It was a double 8, not double 16. Kevin the only one not able to get in, but again, no major punishments in sight. And all's forgiven if you get a good shot here. It is going to be a good shot. Already 95 scored. How about that? Beautiful 152 to recover. Astrostar saying, been playing soft up in the UK for about 2 years. I'm thinking about competing in some bullshooter tournaments. Yeah, you absolutely should. There's the Bullshooter Chicago Finals next week, but they also have the Bullshooter Europe Finals. That's over in Salou, Spain, right by Madrid. So there's a ways to compete over there. And winning team from the country, the international or the national challenge, by the way, gets to move and have their team compete in the international challenge here in Chicago in the finals. It's a trip paid for that. Well, that's going to be a nice 171 from Mitch Dye. Wilkinson try to get in there to put some pressure on because Blue Water is able to take their stumble of a start and make it a sprint of a second round. Kevin is finding some success on these 19s. Kevin and Mitch. Almost gets another 1-7-1 in on that side for Blue Water, but there we'll take a 1-3-3. 2-16. I was just saying, I've never played on a bullshooter board before, so I don't know how I would register anything. I'm playing on Grimboard for 2 years. A lot of the bullshooter events are open with no averages, especially the European side. So if you just look up Bullshooter Europe or go to bullshooter.com to find out more information. Good morning, Skittles. Thanks for tuning in. Must hit last start because the single would not have left to finish, but that was a calculated effort, it seems, as he knew he was going to hit the trip. At 131 is the first look at a finish, and Blue Water miles ahead in this leg. Very interesting, Sam's setup there on the throw. Take a closer look at that when it comes back around. But first, Kevin to also set up to join Mitch and out taking territory. Oh my goodness, how about that? A beautiful 174. Didn't need those first 3 darts to get in. Was saving it all for this portion of the leg. Great stuff all around. Good morning, Mike Smith. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning, Jeff. Hello, hello. Appreciate everybody waking up and watching our coverage. It's not going to be able to take out, but we'll be able to get down low. Look at Sam's throw here. You can see just how he holds the dart is very unique. As he brings it up, right? You see, he has a very much pointing towards the floor, and then as he brings the dart back, he tries to tilt his wrist back, and then kind of flings it out forward. It's just a unique action there, something you don't typically see. Jason Owens asking, why is Bullshooter the most popular? Is it the auto scoring and streaming capabilities? There's other soft tip dartboard companies, manufacturers. I just think Bullshooter has done a particularly good job of getting themselves established in the American market, and I think that it is a great product. So that's a lot of the reason. And then it just whatever the operators prefer. Other companies have and dartboard manufacturers have different ways of working with operators. Bullshooter's always been a little more laissez-faire. They're there to get you the dartboard, occasionally provide some software help, but otherwise it's up to you what you do with it after. $14 double 16 or the 10-6 wire. There's the 14. Double 16 is the shot for a 1-1 score line, and it does go from the Will Stewart impersonator. Solid performance there from Blue Water. Brizzle, Jason, welcome in. Hello. Michael, Jeremy, everybody. Appreciate all you guys. And for those that aren't waking up a little late on their Sunday and have been already up at them and going to work or just starting their day, whatever it may be, just know we appreciate you tuning in. Lovely to have you guys all here supporting these wonderful players. Oh, don't worry, Jeff. Lots of cheese has been had. For better or for worse. And Nate Hag does not get in. Not so, Haggard. Not so. And you almost expected that to be 95 scored after the second dart getting in on the double 19. Those 19s have been Kevin's friends so far. See some frustrations. Sam also not being able to get in. Here is a link to the brackets in chat if you guys want to follow along with any of the other divisions. See how your friends are doing. Or if you want, you can go over to combisport.us. Once you go over there, look up a WAMO 40th annual dart tournament, and once you find that, click it. You'll be able to see every single bracket. You can search up players by name, hit follow button, and you'll get notifications when they're being called up to their matches as well. All these players yesterday played in a round robin bracket. Top 2 from each pod moved on. These 8 teams are the ones that remain from that intense round of darting battles. The hall's a lot thinner out today. This is only the teams that qualified. Kevin on his 19s. It tries to go for the cover. Doesn't hit the cover on the last start, but still, he is doing those 19s like they did something to him. He is absolutely crushing it. Sam's still struggling on the in. Does finally get there on the last. But with Kevin out already at 272, if Jamie just does a supporting role of and a couple good darts when he can, doesn't need to do anything too crazy. Their format, best of 7, double in, double out, split bowl is the format. Race to 4 is the target line. He's taking a breath, knows that this is an important moment. If him and Sam don't hit big turns now, you'd expect the leg to start becoming a mathematical loss just because of the freeze rule. That would start to creep its head in. Decent recovery after the first start, but again, not enough to really tip the needle in the other direction for this leg so far. Oh, look at this from Kevin. He is on one today, it seems. Finds a 180, and he is throwing some good darts right now. And moving over. Would probably prefer to switch to a cover shot. There's no reason to force the 20. And there, see, okay, so he moves over to shoot the 20. And then on that second dart, pretty much completely blocked out that side of the 20 bed. Instead of resetting himself back to on the center of the Aki where he normally throws, he stays over there for shooting his cover shot. It's hard to do something like that. I know it's easy to throw with rhythm, and you don't want to step off the Aki again. At the same time, that dart was not particularly close to the trip, and you almost wonder if he would have had more success if he gave himself a quick reset back to where he normally sets his foot. Evanston 92, we'll get a look. 390 already freezes coming into play as they're Kevin and Jamie are below Sam, but Nate's not even at a finish. And after a good couple more darts here, it'll be a double freeze situation. Blue Water basically guaranteed to grab at this leg and go 2-1 up. Just from how the math shapes out here with the freeze rule. Those unfamiliar with the freeze rule, just a reminder, if your partner's score is higher than the other team's combined score, you are not allowed to win the game. So right now, Sam Wilkinson's score is higher than Kevin and Jamie. If Nate were to happen to be on a finish, he would not be allowed to take it. That is how that works. Freeze rule almost always applies if there is separate scores. So there, in this case, 2 different score lines for one team. Otherwise, that would not apply if you're playing a stacked score format, or you're playing on the same score line. finds the trip 20. He's going to continue to support what he can because Kevin has the hot hand. Just let him keep going. Here's the thing: if you're frozen, let's say let's presume Kevin's frozen right now. He's not, but let's just say he is. If Kevin's frozen, the only thing you can do is get as close to 0 as possible without crossing that line. So in the double out format, the lowest you would need to go to is 6 or 4. Obviously, you would choose 4 because most people don't prefer double 3, because that would get you low enough where you have 0% chance to freeze your partner. Your partner, the one that froze you, the one that has the higher score. In this case, that would have been, let's just presume, Jamie. The only strategy is to leave a finish and then take it out because typically the person that froze you is the one that has to win the game from that point. It's very rare to get unfrozen and be able to reshoot at a dart, at an out once you're frozen. I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to be having a video in the next month or so, probably, really breaking down everything that you need to know about freeze rules, and what that actually means and how to play it effectively. It's a lot of math, it's a lot of wordiness, but once you actually kind of get used to it, it's very easy to kind of stay in tune with it. I'm still not able to take it out, but still miles away for Nate and Sam. Jamie, if he hits a good turn, and will continue to press the advantage now that he is going to be on a finish. It's a 113, not a particularly nice finish, but also doesn't need to be. You're assuming Kevin's going to take it on the next go. Nate leaves a bogey, but with where Sam's at, it doesn't matter what Nate left there, just because he wouldn't be able to shoot it until Sam gets a significantly lower. Kevin, double 5, goes right at it. Does get a 2-1 advantage for Blue Water, halfway to getting the win in this matchup. Not so Haggard going to need to give themselves a little bit of a reset, roll those shoulders, and get those darts flying straight. As that was a break it throw. Blue Water will get the start because it is an alternating start format. Hey, Jason, that's the idea. We're going to try to get some more videos out there. Jen Mounts over A to Z Darts gave us a video that we use talking about like how to rotate your dartboard. She on her Jen Mounts Darts channel posted a great video talking about anxiety while playing with darts. Callie West with Garage Darts has done some great explainer videos on like base concepts in like traditional 501 steel tip. And hopefully more and more we'll get videos breaking down the different levels of strategy. Like we did, I did one with Partners Throwing Darts a while back. The strategy of 15s and 16s in cricket. A video on that one. Hopefully we can start getting some more of these videos out there to continue to help educating new players and just share the game we all love to all those people along. Jamie hits a 112 on the turn. Good shot on the open. Love a lot of these players are utilizing that double 16 for the end. Double 16 does not leave you a chance at a 9. So if you feel like you have to hit a 9, if the person going first hits a really good shot on the open, there's always an argument to shoot maybe a double 20, double 17, double 15. Like there's only a handful of doubles that you can use to get in and still be on for a 9 in a double-double format. But that being said, if you don't feel like you need to hit the 9, using like the 16-8, the 10-15, using some of the doubles you can miss vertically on is usually fortuitous. And even Alex Spellman talked with us a little bit about that, saying that he would typically lean towards the 16 unless he is hitting the 20 particularly well or feels like he needs the 9. Jamie Doing a little bit of a phantom throw. Oh, there's another one. Look at the way he's pointing on that last dart. He's ready. Jamie Cop. Good job on the open. Going to continue to try to pile on that pressure. This is starting to look more and more like one-way traffic in this matchup. Blue Water looking strong. Looking really strong. There's why he threw some phantom darts. He was saving the triples for the real ones. Good 180. Jason Reiner in the chat saying, Nick, thank you for all the hard work this weekend. Thank you for the great conversations we had, and especially thank you for posting the pic of the dumpster so everyone realizes what us Wisconsinites can do with drinking. Hey, you know what, though? Wisconsinites great at recycling. That was a recycling dumpster, so I'd love to see that. No, I thought that was hilarious to go out there and see just a full dumpster of beer cans. Great work, WAMO. Great work. And Jason, great to talk with you. And everyone else I've had a chance to talk to, take a selfie with, or just in passing say, hey, how's it going? Appreciate everyone here. And Ben, yes, this is a level 1 matchup that we are looking at. We are going to get, looks like the seat match after this, if I had to presume, based off the way this bracket is looking up. So it either Sam Saloon's currently taking on Rockstar and Black Saddle's taking on Milwaukee Monsters. The winners of those two matchups will meet up in that seat. That's probably what we'll be covering next. They'll say that's the second dumpster. I don't doubt it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's one a day with how much liquid encouragement is used in this dart hall for better and for better. Amy sitting all the way at 76 has definitely taken away this leg in his favor. Derek doing a good job in the supporting role now, finding some success on the 20s. Goes ahead and hits a 140. Wanted to hit the 180 to leave the 155, but again, you're leaving it to Jamie to take. You're just trying to make sure he doesn't get frozen. And with Eric and Nate having the struggles they are in this leg so far, this is looking very heavily into it be a 3-1 advantage for Blue Water. Oh, and yeah, you can see Eric Dyerson feeling dire in the situation. Trip 20, double 8. 16 or 20. Missed the big number, so single 10 to leave 32, 2 to leave double top, then 6, so the 6 will leave you 36. Let's go ahead and drill the 10 for 32. That'll work just fine. Again, no immediate pressure. Trip 4, trip 1. Likes the 18s. We've seen this preference out of Nate so far. Listen, Rob Cross can do it, but even then, he only uses it as his go-to cover. I don't know if I would say the 18s all the time. I say the same thing about 19 shooters. Unless you're particularly hitting it great, by default, you should probably be going towards the 20s. But on the average scoring turn, I should say, not for setups or whatnot. Also, I'm a hater on the 18s. It's my least favorite of the cricket numbers, like by far. I know what you're thinking, Nick. Don't you normally tell people they shouldn't have favorite and least favorite numbers because it's just adding a mental roadblock when you're at the line? The answer is yes, but who asked? Sometimes I'm a hungry, hungry hypocrite. Okay. Double 16 for 3-1 lead for Blue Water. Over to the 8. Does go. Looking strong, looking mighty. So Sam and Eric will need to set a new precedent this leg. That's a good start. Finding the double on the in, finding a triple. Can you get another? No, but still a great way to start off this considering how the last 2 legs have gone. There you go. You can see Derek Krause finds the 160 in. Beautiful setup shot to get things going. High fives going on. Some celebrations there for the Blue Water crew. It's a great response to Sam's end, but no one's struggling on the end so far. In fact, look at this from Eric. And she's right back quite well with the 104. No, Blaine, I am not heading home. I've been on the road now for 19 days. I still got about 9 more to go. After this, I will hit the road tonight to go back to Rockford, Illinois. Go work at the office for a few days, look at a couple more apartments that I'm looking at moving into. And then after 2 days there, I will be heading over to Chicago for the Bull Shooter World Finals. And then there on May 27th, I finally get to go home. Who doesn't love spending a month on the road? I actually do quite a lot, but it is exhausting. The amount of Monster Energy drinks and Energy Mio I've had, I should be sponsored by one of those companies. Derek with a great follow-up shot to his 160. Fortunately, blew the 9-dart leg, so boo Derek. But still a great 135. 174-point separation on the A score line. But Kevin, since he wasn't able to get in, this becomes a race. If Eric gets a big shot, it can make a difference. But you can see just some errant darts. And does get in. He loves his 19s. Maybe going for the cover. Yeah, had to. Didn't like the position of that second dart. 77 is solid scoring rounds, but again, if Sam and Eric play some big shots, it doesn't matter if Derek goes out in front. But they need to play some big shots. 18 preference rearing its head once again. Not particularly fruitful in that visit. Derek now can leave the first look at a finish. Does not leave the first look at a finish. That actually might be costly if Kevin doesn't hit a good scoring round now. Minimum score here for Eric Dyerson would be 144 points to leave 170. There doesn't like that turn. So as long as Kevin hits at least 100 here, a little bit more, just enough to keep you in range and continue to score. To continue to try to make sure your partner Derek doesn't get frozen. If you can win 4-1, you're going to be ecstatic. Light turn, 59 points. Let's see some waving in the background. Who's waving back there? See somebody waving. Bill saying, Nick, I give you huge props for what you're doing for yourself in the game. Thank you, sir. No, thank you guys for bringing us out here. I just am a dart nerd with a microphone. Players in tournaments are doing all the hard work. And maybe the fans for having to listen to me. He really wants to leave a pretty decent finish here just in case, because Kevin's still sitting a little bit back. The freeze chance is possible. Good darts from Eric and Sam, and 4-round from Kevin. Derek might not even get a look at the 119. That's a good start. You wanted more on that. You thought there was going to be more on that. Kevin can mathematically eliminate a freeze in this given turn. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. And Jason, there is a freeze graphic that pops up, but it's disabled in tournament play because it's more about the players knowing the math and position than it is the viewers, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have a graphic that pops up at some point. Who knows? But yeah, it is actually a feature on the board. It just doesn't show when in tournament play. No freeze quite yet. $119 is starting to get to Musco territory because of this position. That's a fine miss. It's one of the only misses you can have down there, besides the single 19. That one not as fine of a miss into the one. 20 on the last. But again, one big shot from Eric or Sam and another miss round, an opportunity from Kevin, means that Derek might not get the shot. $321 combined points. Means that actually Kevin's in a fairly safe position. He just basically needs to make sure he shoots more than what Sam is going to shoot in the next go. The more you get here, the merrier. Another trip would be huge. Oh, not that one, though. 107's the target line. You get the 107, you freeze. Can't get the 107 now. Derek Cross will get a shot. $17. Double 16 for a 4-1 win. Outside, well outside, needs to adjust. Oh, overcorrected. Single 16. And now, Eric gets a shot at 103. A little bit of a stumble towards the end of the leg from Blue Water has left an opportunity for Not So Haggard to get back into the match. It would just be a hole to throw, but it's better than going home. Justin, appreciate you watching in. Hello, hello. This is a 10-6 wire over a 14 for me in a situation like this. But he does hit the 14 barely, sneaks it in, but goes down to the double 7. If Kevin doesn't hit a good shot, it doesn't matter though, because the fact is that Derek wouldn't be able to shoot 16, and you still have to survive a 138 no matter what, because there's no way to freeze the 138. Needs another one of those. Does find it, but is it enough? More than likely not. $53 is the target line. No, not going to happen. You just get the 53 points and would have prevented Derek from having the shot. Once again, Derek with an opportunity for the match. Already seen 2 missed match darts. It won't be 3. That is the win for Not So Blue Water, who will continue to fight along. See some handshakes and stuff going on back there. That is the match. I didn't think Derek realized it was over. He was about to set up the board again there, it seemed. But instead, no, it is over. You did the job. Blue Water moves on. Not So Haggard will be heading home from their time in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Our next match isn't quite ready yet, I believe. Can't really get a great angle on this. Yeah, you can see going on back here. Milwaukee Monsters still finishing out, so we'll go ahead and give you at least some angle of this. Can't really tell what's going on with that scoreboard just because of the distance away. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket here real quick. Sam Saloon does best. Rockstar, so they will be playing the winner of the Black Saddle Milwaukee Monsters matchup in just a moment's time. Augie's Bullshooters did best. This one's for Carl, so that team is eliminated. Augie's Bullshooter and Rockstar will be playing on board 237. Our next match will be the seat matchup. But yeah, don't worry. They just called that Augie's Bullshooter Rockstar match. They are not playing yet, so you can see them kind of warming up in the background there. This is the only match actively going on. So we'll go ahead and just leave it here for a minute, and we'll be back for that seat matchup in just a moment's time. I'm Nick Teixeira. Thank you for tuning in, folks. We'll be back in just a moment.
Powers.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of WAMO 40th anniversary. I'm looking forward to seeing this one, as this will be our King Seat matchup in Division 1. Sam Saloon taking on Black Saddle. And I apologize if you were watching during the break. It might have said Milwaukee Monsters versus Sam Saloon. I actually, in a very ironic way, I looked at that match, read it backwards, and then proceeded to put the wrong team name up. So not to discredit Black Saddle, good job on them for besting Milwaukee Monsters, who now have to play on the loser's side of the bracket, and makes their run to try to 4 or 5-peat a little bit harder. Sam Saloon, we got the chance to see in the round robin yesterday. Black Saddle, we did not get a chance to see, but we did get Mr. Matt Graff on commentary, which was nice to see. Looking forward to seeing this matchup. This is going to be high stakes because you want to guarantee that spot in the seats. You do not want to take the L here, have to try to win back in that third place position. Sam Saloon is going to be the team of Brad Zimlow, Derek Schneider, Jose Cumping, Leon Hopkins, and Matt Jenkins. Black Saddle is Bob Anderson, John Pilgrim, Matt Gauthier, and Matt Graff, Steve Diker. So some pretty great teams. Very familiar with Black Saddle. We've seen them make the finals plenty of times in this very event. So them winning the seat would not be unprecedented by any means. But of course, the big goal is to continue to attack the target on the back of Milwaukee Monsters, who are currently playing on the other stream board at the moment. They're taking that Blue Water team on that we saw, who is very confident and solid against the not-so-haggard team. Hockey's Bull Shooters and Rockstar currently still taking on. We had the overhead on for a little bit, but of course prioritizing this seat match. John Pilgrim going to try to do what he can do to bring the score on down. Finds 140. Great shot there from Pigworm. Well, I was asking, been watching when I can. Did they not have any cricket? We had cricket on Wednesday night, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday is all 0-1 at WAMO. And if I haven't scored for Matt, still fairly close matchup. A little bit in front, but because he's going second, going to feel basically chalk. No 170 leave there for Scuba. Does sign to solid 100. Jose with the opportunity to lead the first look at a finish. Will he be able to do so in this race to 4 format where every leg just matters so gosh darn much? Does leave 149. First look at a finish is set by Team Sam Saloon. There, another good shot from John Pilgrim. Leaves a 170 to at least challenge Sam Saloon on the finishing. Looking to find all he can get on this turn. That's a good start. That's a good follow-up. Another one of those. No, not quite. Doesn't get to a finish, but still a great supporting scoring turn. Now Scuba continuing his attack. Solid 140. This is a great showing from these guys in leg number 1 so far. Oh, needed the 57 for 32. Just going to focus on teeing up. 54. Back up to leave double 5. Also, not a wrong decision by any means when you're looking at the score lines like this, because those 10 points can be all the difference it makes to freeze. Pilgrim not going to take the 170. He's going to try to find one trip. Doesn't do so. 70 might get frozen for Scuba. 73 is the target line, so you need to get the 72. 72 or less will freeze. And the freeze is on. And it's guaranteed there with a 180 to leave 11. Scuba will not get a look at the 70 in this leg. And with alternating start, this would be a great break of throw to start things off for Sam Saloon. I understand that he doesn't need to leave lower and he's afraid of busting, so leaves it at 6. It's a little awkward if you do get a shot at it, but that's a later problem. First, you got to survive some darts, a la the 55. 2 darts at double top. Well into the single. A little bit of a reset needed. Double 10. Well inside as well. Now 128 gets a chance. Start the 18. If you hit a single, leaves you a shot. Oh, you can't do that. Can't do that, John. 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 Can't do complete misplay there. Need to start 18 on that dart. It's going to have to bring it on down. Needs to get all the way low. Could have set up a freeze if he got the 3. Doesn't do so. Gets the 85, which means Scuba will not be able to shoot the 6. So Sam Saloon should be able to grab leg number 1. 3 for double 4. Oh, but there's the bust. Scuba should go ahead and hit a single 2. Unless he really wants to leave double 3. There's no reason to go lower than 4. You don't need it. Scuba, just hit a single 2. You probably want double 2 over double 3. What is going on? This is nonsense. Single 5. Single 1. One shot at double 2. Doesn't go. And now Big Worm gets a shot at 85. 15 or bowl for the first start. 15, double top. Over to the 10. And redemption is found for Black Saddle, who somehow still get that leg despite some questionable decision-making at time from some errant darts on the other side of the ball. Give them the opportunity. That's a 1-0 lead and a hold of throw. We've been loving our Wisconsin math. I'll tell you that much, folks. Yeah, it starts off with a 72 on the end, perfectly fine open. Bogram and Gauthier playing this one. Bean and Hopkins on the other side. Bare minimum for John does get in. There's 2 Matts on the team, and yet I called John Matt. But now there's 3 Matts on the team in my brain, apparently. Good one, 12 in. Bean does go ahead and pick it up. Herb, no. Benson's Angry Women did not move on to today. That is not the case. Gauthier just trying to continue to bring it on down into place, but having some errant darts early. 41 on the turn, and let's be honest, Sam Saloon firing away so far. They should have won that first leg. At least that's what they're going to be thinking. Unfortunately, can't really see the scoreline of Augie's, so won't be able to see that one. The overhead camera that we were using to watch them earlier is the same camera pointing at the dartboard, so I don't know, but I know it's going to be a good scoreline for a great matchup. Hopefully we get a chance to see one of those 2 teams later on. I'll say one of those 2 because one's going to get eliminated after this match. Pilgrim does recover well with the 140. So he's only behind 54 points on the top side. The bottom side's where the concern's starting to grow. The 230-point separation on the bottom side. .180 would help reduce that deficit to a more manageable range. What timing this would be. Well, how about that? There is the 180 to reduce that deficit to 50. All right. Well, all of a sudden, it's still going to be a challenge being behind 50 points each on the top side. 50 and 54, that is. But at least it gives you an opportunity to get back into this leg, which was looking a little scary. Unless Leon and Jose close the door for leg number 2, which they want to do. There's a good 140 in response. Pilgrim leaves 165 by pulling that dart over to the left. He did stay true on a single 20 to leave 160. Oh, there you go, David. Updating the Facebook chat. James says Augies is a tie of 2-2 currently. There you go. Still looking rough for Black Saddle to get this leg on the board. Matt needs to leave himself a finish. He did not. If he left himself a finish and the outs got missed and John got low, that's the way you get out of something like this in a free situation. 66, trip 10, double 18. For the bull. Would have left 16 if it hit the double. You don't need to go 11 for bull in this situation. You go 57 for double 2. Trip 15 is also fine. The C's up 32. I think that's okay, just considering how the math is working in this current moment. By the time that math would come into play, since there's no finish for John or Matt, you get an opportunity to shoot the 32. So, makes sense to me. I'll allow it. Trip 13 for 6, probably. Your goal is to get as low as possible. You still have to have Matt get to a finish. That's exactly what he did. Good shot there from John Pilgrim. 159. Puts a little bit of pressure. 129 does not have to go. It just has to continue to get brought low. You don't want to accidentally freeze the 32. Still needs to find a big trip. Big last start. Now, Matt needs to get to 23 or less. So it needs to hit a 156. You basically you need to hit a 1080, right? Or close to a 1080. You need to hit 2 trips and a good setup dart. Won't be able to get there now. So this start, that last start should have definitely been a setup dart, right? Because you have to take the finish and hope the 32 and 30 don't go. Here's 32 for Leon Hopkins. Does get it, so it's 1-1 matchup here for our seats. Sam Saloon in firm control of that leg. Matt Graff. Look at the flick of the wrist. Here we go. Starts solid with the 70. Does look like Bob Anderson is sitting on this match. I do see him standing back there. We've already seen a couple of the Black Saddle boys. It's because they have the extra person you set for the match. One person sits for the match. There's no rotating in the middle. There's rotating between who's playing out of the 4 that are selected, but the 5th man would be sitting. Oh, and the air just does not get in. 65 on the end will do. Especially because he knows that since Gauthier did not get in, he needs to focus on trying to race to that finish line. Matt gets in there. They make it for lost time. Hit a good dart on this last. It's going to be solid enough because he's not far off from Leon. Therefore, all's forgiven on the failed in. That's the way you kind of have to think about it. Ken asking, does the PDC ever do doubles events or is their entire platform singles? No, there is doubles events. I mean, the World Cup is probably the most famous example of a doubles event there where you have pairs representing each of their different country contingents that the PDC program is a part of. They do. I do believe there's one or two others that run that format, but it's at least one. I know that much. Not their most common format, that's for sure. We usually get one or two tournaments a year that feature doubles for the PDC. Definitely a slowdown in this leg. And I don't know what you mean by your second comment, but the first one I do see here. Listen, we let it be known where the Russian is. All right, not sure. Take a look around the room. Tell me what you see. Good shot from Matt Graff to pull out in front. Puts pressure on Leon to try to answer with at least a ton. Is going to be able to do so. It looks like does do so with some extra credit on the assignment with the 140. Good last start trip on the 20. It's needed, but Derek can go ahead and start really putting some pressure, even if Matt does set up the first look at a finish, which Derek can do, to be fair. His real goal is to just keep putting pressure on Matt. Gauthier, that is. Finds the first trip on the 20. Goes to the right side of the dart. Risey stayed on that last just because of the way those darts flights twisted a little bit. How about that shot? Finds a 180 on the dartboard. There does go ahead and tee it up. So now this is a true race to the finish line, which was otherwise looking like some up and down moments in this leg. Derek finds 3 trips, but not the same 3. 148 has an opportunity. No matter what, as long as he finds at least one good trip, should be able to guarantee Matt gets a shot if the 116 doesn't go. $116 needs to get brought down to 6 to freeze. So honestly, there's an argument to do an alternative setup route like a 54 for double 2. Instead, he gets to 32. The 115 isn't frozen. Trip 19, double 19 is now the look. A little reset here for Matt. Needs to find a trip on this last start. Doesn't do so. So 23 is the target line for Derek. If Derek gets a 23 or less, the freeze will be on for Matt. Of course, he's just going to try to take it, but should be able to freeze while still going for the finish. Don't go outside. There you go. Good shot. Sam Sloon up 2-1 in this matchup. Hopefully, you folks are enjoying your coverage of this, because I know I'm certainly enjoying bringing it to you guys on the dartboard and across the darting world. Matt and Derek taking on Steve and Matt in this one. How about that? Matt off to the races into this one. Do apologize. I've been working on some stuff in the background here. I had to take a quick way, but Matt Jenkins doing a good job of staying out in front. And Scuba not going to be too happy as he struggled to get in. Is at 466 when the other A score line's at 281. Schneider and Graf in similar territory to each other. But the going first advantage, this is an opportunity for Sam Saloon to continue to press and potentially force a 3-1 scenario in a race to 4 format, which would be massive, to say the least. And for Matt, does not leave a finish. But 466 nowhere in range of leaving a finish either. Scuba is going to be trying to just support Graf for an opportunity to be the first ones that checks. Does that mean, Nick, what is that lazy coming up? If you're talking about the PPD's WCS show, that's season 4 of the Women's Challenger Series that's going on. So they just sent out the invites for the players that qualified. That is a women's singles show. I believe it's Race to 7. It's actually been a little bit since I've looked at the ruling. It's been a long off season, but yeah, it's going to be a very fun show that will be starting in June. Starts the second Monday of June, if I'm not mistaken. First Monday of June will be that Challenger versus Champion show that Partners Pro Darts is cooking up for a one-off episode. Jinx can still leave that first look at a finish, and now he is going to. With Graf not being able to leave himself one, Scuba already in freeze territory, this is looking very heavily in the favors of Sam Saloon. Schneider gonna sit at this 173. Just wants to keep the pressure on the Black Saddle duo. Let's do so at that last start. You just can't take anything for certain when it comes to the team event like this. So every turn, every dart, every point feels like it matters so much more than a lot of other events and tournaments. Good correction on the last start. The second one got away, and you saw Graf get a little bit frustrated there. Professional darts commentator Matt Graf. Big shout to him for stepping in the booth last night to talk darts for a little bit with Sean Green. Double 4 for a 3-1 lead in this seat matchup. Scuba has to leave a finish on this turn. And doesn't do so. He knows by that reaction. Because again, there's going to be no real opportunity. Because Matt won't be able to take it, and Scuba won't be able to take it out on the next go either. It's 6 darts for Scuba. There's a lot of darts at doubles for Derek and Matthew Jenkins. Troublesome position to find yourself in. Not ideal at all. He's up 20. Matt Graf going to go ahead and get all the way down to 6, 4, or 2. None of which are the double 15, so you know he's going to be annoyed. Does get the 4. Good shot there from Matt Graf. Eddie Jenkins with another opportunity to go ahead and take this advantage. Double 4 it is. Double 4 it is not. That's step 1 to the Black Saddle comeback plan of this leg. Scuba's going to leave a finish. He needs then Derek and Matt to miss again. You have to survive 9 darts right now. Be able to take this in 6. Gotta leave a finish. Does do so with 115. Double 10 is now the look for Derek. Outside on the first, should be able to work in. Works in a little too much, over to double 5. Does go, almost slips into that 12. But better late than never. Sam Saloon up 3-1. And again, that one leg that they did lose was kind of a leg that you expected them to win. They're going to have to break the throw here if they want to get that 4-1 win, but they know they'll at least have an opportunity with the throw to be able to reset this matchup. Black Saddle can't worry about any of that. They just need to play their darts. A little frustrated. I can't say that. There's 3 mats in this matchup. Jenkins a little frustrated with the bare minimum on the end. Scuba also bare minimum. Just gets in with a double 16. They're going to be leading the pack so far. Leon going to try to tip the needle the other direction. See if he's able to do so. First dart's good. Second dart's solid. Good marker dart. And you can see he was able to stack right up on top of that. Great shot. Effectively ties up the B and A score lines for Sam Saloon versus Black Saddle. First they're well outside over to the 12. Errant dart turn. That leaves an opportunity for Matt Jenkins to go ahead and just recover the distance. Now he only needs to hit 100, make things chalk on the top side, and then Leon will lead the way on the bottom side. This is interesting. Since Sam Saloon, we knew yesterday would be a tough team, but they're definitely producing some good stuff today. Cover shot? No, he stays, and you saw those flights kick it. Tough spot. Tried to force the dart in. Trip 12 looked more like a deflection than a errant dart, but even then, it's a little bit questionable in the timing of the situation. It still hasn't really hurt yet. You can see even Jenkins knows he gives himself a little bit of a come on. It's 100, gets back in line on the top side. Only a 16-point separation on the A score lines. Scuba going to be forced to try to hit a big shot here. You'd expect him to just because of those USA darts patches. You always make everyone play better. But that solid 100 doesn't change the fact that Leon can hit a big shot and add more to the damage. He has to actually hit the shot. See the frustration in the first start. Going to have to reset. I think he's releasing those darts a little bit early and kind of pushing it out. 46 on the turn. That's where it is, Matt Graff. Oh, catches into trip 1, but still leaves a finish. First look is set up. Could have been a dangerous deflection. Could have been a magnificent hit. Instead, it's a very good shot. .140 does not leave a finish. Gets a 100 on the turn. Scuba can leave a finish from 315. Doesn't leave a finish, and man, you thought that was going to be more instead of 66 points. Leon leaves a finish at 164, but again, not exactly what was in mind. Here might have to take this 167 though, because depending on how these next couple shots can go, freezes are going to be coming into play. Going to happen. So now you bring it down, and another dart going to the 12. That's now 3. This leg. Oh, Higgins, can you find another one of those? It would help out quite a lot. It does go in there. You can see the frustration on the second dart, but the 125 is massive because now it puts a lot of pressure on Scuba to go ahead and hit a good shot. So the 12 over there. Those 12s have magnets in them today. Big last start there for Scuba Steve Diker. 82 is the target line. Leon does not need to hit this out. He just needs to get the 82 to freeze the 115. Be careful. Does do enough. You can see the frustration, but that's 161 combined. Frozen by 2 points. That 3-point separation. 115 doesn't have a chance to go, and Sam Saloon has an opportunity for a 4-1 win against Black Saddle. $57 double 12. No way to freeze Steve Diker at 164. Gotta find one good trip, though. Good dart on the last. It helps quite a lot. Now, Scubits is a 164. All of a sudden, you're looking at a completely different Black Saddle team. That's the type of stuff that can be a catalyst for you. But it won't be the catalyst that sparks here. $47 the target line for Leon to freeze. So you would just normally, as long as you don't bust this 80, you should be fine. Barring some crazy misses. I hit at least a single 20. Oh no. Doesn't freeze. Here gets an opportunity at 70. That's a massive error there from Leon Hopkins. I can't believe that. If this 70 goes, it'd be insane. 17 for Bull. No, you can't do that. You have to shoot the 17 to leave a dart at Bull. This is another error that we've seen from the Black Saddle team. Not leaving a dart where a miss can give you an out still. What an error at a time like this. You can't afford to do that. Absolutely a demoralizing shot. Had a double 8 now. Get to the finals. And it goes. Wow, that was a honestly, I would argue to say almost an anticlimactic end. It started getting some drama in there. It started looking like something was going to happen. Instead, what ended up happening was some errors across the dartboard from Leon, then from Gauthier, that led to that situation being as intense as it was. Here we are over here. It's like game 6 of this matchup. This is going to be the matchup of Milwaukee Monsters and Blue Water. Milwaukee Monsters won this event 3 years in a row. They're looking for their 4th. Right now, they're also looking down the barrel of a gun, it seems. I'll figure out exactly where the score of this matchup is real quick. Be right back. Okay, I had to go out there and ask them. It is 3-2 Blue Water right now. So Blue Water, if they win this leg, they win the match and knock down your 3-time in a row champions. Tense moments here. Augie's Bullshooters does best the Rockstar team, by the way. So we will see them next on the stream. Here we go. Can Blue Water go ahead and get this done here and knock down the heavy favorites? Or will Steve Hooker and Phil Glomsky go ahead and get them out of the situation? Porky to try to leave the first look at a finish. Should be able to from here. Will be able to. And it's going to be nice to see a 180 in that spot. Mitch Dye come up to the line. Going to also try to leave a finish just in case, but now it becomes interesting because of where Jamie's at versus where Phil's at. You guys are curious? The hall is currently listening to some Hannah Montana. Glomsky, the tall drink of water that he is. Up to the 20s. Another one of those. 120 does enough because no matter what Jamie does here, Porky will get a shot at 66. Jamie needs to leave himself a finish. Have Mitch go ahead and bring it down even further because that's what you're going to start worrying about freezing scenarios now. So you have to leave a finish here if you're Jamie. Doesn't leave a finish. And now 66 becomes a moment for Porky. Trip 10, double 18. Double top. Does go. We're going to a last leg decider here in this matchup. It is 3-3. Blue Water, will they complete this win against the Milwaukee Monsters? Or will Milwaukee Monsters move on? Winner will get Augie's Bullshooters in that 4th place match. It's going to be Dustin Larson, Kevin Schmitz, Ryan Silva, Sean Kafflish, by the way. So, I know David and a few others were asking about him. Pause the game real quick to give some hugs and high fives to each other, some sportsmanship between these teams. And this is to get to that fourth place matchup. Here, Bukowski will start it off. 701 rears its head again. They're wasting no time on the in. Want a little bit more, but again, a double and two big cricket singles is what we ask for time and time again to start it off. House trying to find that double. Does stack it in. First one looked inviting. Second one looked more inviting, and third one finally does find it. I want to say the last couple of years. I'm actually gonna fact check myself before I say this thought out loud. Hold on 1 second. How about that shot? Borgie does find the 1-5-2 on the end. And what's interesting is he normally does double 17, trip 19, trip 20. But because it's 701, he's probably not worried as much about trying to go for a what would be the traditional route he would go for a 9-dart leg because, well, frankly, you can't win a 9-darts when it's 701 and it's a shared score anyways. So he's just focusing on output. Yeah, last year, Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle were in the finals. Each other where Milwaukee Monsters came out on top. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was also the case in the year prior. Yeah, Milwaukee Monsters the year prior. So the last 2 years have played each other in the finals. Now I'm just curious how many years this goes back. Went down a whole rabbit hole over here, folks. Yeah, so last 3 years, it has been Black Saddle taking on Milwaukee Monsters in this final. So just wanted to confirm that on CompuSport real quick. So last 3 years, it's been the same final because we already knew that Milwaukee Monsters have won last 3 years. We're guaranteed to have one of those two teams not make this final. That's where we're at. We're also at a point where neither of those two teams could make this final now. And that's a pretty insane thing to think about, just considering where we're at with everything, where we have seen these teams go and how the bracket's going. Sam Saloon played very solid darts to go ahead and get their win and was very convincing over Black Saddle. Augie's Bullshooters, Blue Water have something to say to both of those teams as they're still fighting along. Sam Saloon also has something to say to all of those teams sitting in the seat. Blue Water looking in trouble so far this leg. Let's be honest with the situation. Scoring has slowed down to a crawl. There's still a lot of runway left, so you can still get back into this. But you see almost a 200-point separation on the bottom side. That's where it starts to get really dangerous. Top side there, the 50-point separation, that's more manageable, especially with how many darts are left. Switch to the 19s. Yeah, good cover shot there from Steve Hilger. 290 point separation on the bottom, so you're going to need to play pretty much perfect on the bottom side to start making up that difference. Jamie's going to try to do his part here. Good marker on that 20 to be able to work into the bed. You would think he's getting caught on the bottom side. Goes over to the 5. This is looking to be very dire. Mickey Mousky not happy with those last 2 darts, but again, enough here where Kevin has to hit basically 140. 100 will keep it relatively in range as well. But frankly, it's that bottom right score line. It's the B score line for Blue Water with Jamie and Mitch. That is very much the concern at the moment. Jeff Johnson just needs to focus on continually scoring. It doesn't need to be power scoring, just needs to be consistent scoring right now. How about a 140? He said, I'll show you some power scoring anyways. Thank you, Jeff Johnson. Mitch Day needs to play perfect from here on out. Said he played better when it's on the live stream. Well, here you are. You're on the stream now. First starts hanging. I was able to get the second one in. And a third. Good shot there from Gary Rakowski. 140 to get in range. Augie Monsters looking heavily favored to play Augie's Bullshooters. Winner of that 4th place match would then move on to Black Saddle. Winner of that moves on to Sam Saloon for your remaining runway of matches. Good last start there for Porky. Leaves the little fish on the return for that score line. Trying to get something going. He keeps finding the neighbors. Frustrations continue on. Ability to get things going for a second look at an out as well. He's up 92. Great setup shot. It is funny to watch Phil Glowski and Kevin Starks play back to back. A little bit of disparity there. Kevin's not even that short. Phil's just really that tall. Jeff Johnson, look at 130 for the match. First one's good. You know, he's debating right now because he doesn't have to go for the 20 for bull. But we'll do it anyways. Oh, it doesn't go. You can see Mitch Dye calling for it in the background. Now 92 is the shot for Garrett Rakowski to move on to the 4th place match. Sting? No, he went double. He went double. He went tricky with it. He was going 36 for 36. That's why you go trip 12 for the fans, Garrett. No harm, no foul. Porky would go 9 for double 8 on his return. There's the 9. Here's the double 8 for the match. And it does go there. Milwaukee Monsters fade the scare and continue to fight along. They were on the outside looking in. Blue Water almost completed the upset, but fall just shy. Folks, we will be back in just a moment for that 4th place match of Augie's Bullshitters taking on the Milwaukee Monsters. So don't go anywhere, folks. My name is Nick Share, bringing you coverage of WAMO 2025. Back in just a moment. Here we go. Another great matchup as it just rose up to the dartboard. And here is what you want to see. Milwaukee Monsters taking on Augie's Bull Shooters. And this one, again, that's going to be that race to 4 format. Who will go on to play Black Saddle in the third place match. And from there to play Sam Saloon in that final. Looking forward to actually watching this Augie's Bull Shooters team as we have not had a chance to see them yet on the dartboard. We've seen some of the individuals. We've seen some of the players. We haven't had a chance to see them in this event. It should be a good matchup, all things considered. Milwaukee Monsters, just a reminder of those that aren't as familiar. Garrett Rakowski, Jeffrey Johnson, Bill Glomsky, and Steve Hilger for the top side. Bottom side here, Augie's Bull Shooters. That's going to be Dustin Larson, Kevin Schmitz, Ryan Sofa, and Sean Kafflish. So a good matchup all around, and really what should be a pretty interesting affair. I have to adjust the camera for Phil Glomsky. Was over here with his tall nature, messing up our camera views. I'll allow it. He's really nice. So let's see which team really gets on the breakaway here. Augie's knows that they're in a position where, yeah, it's not the final. Yes, it's still the same Milwaukee Monsters, but Monkey Monsters isn't used to this position. This is not where we typically find them or see them. So the matter of the fact is that they can really do some damage, kind of play along. Almost every match, if not every single match Milwaukee Monsters has played, they have had to come back from. Other than the very last match, they have started every match down 0-2. That has been their curse in the round robin phase. It's been their curse in this phase as well. And we saw in that match they were down 3-2 against the Darts to get to the last leg decider, and then had to win 2 off the spin to get all the way back around. So even though it's the same players and the same talent of Milwaukee Monsters, they're clearly not firing on the same level that we are typically used to seeing them at. Romsky finding the 20. Sneak another one in there. He can. Finds a 180. I know. I need to work on it. Larson. It's 96 on the turn. Cassie's going to have to fix this topside score. Because right now, Kevin's doing a good job of staying out in front. 104-point difference between the two score lines. He hit a trip on this last start to try to get in setup range and does do so. Good cover shot on the 19 for the 137. Kevin Schmitz set up the first finish in this matchup. It's the 165, so not exactly the target, but still work in this given instance. Filthy not going to be able to leave finish unless he finds a trip, and he doesn't. Yeah, he's calling himself out for the bad math. Hear it from over in the stream room. Not happy with that dart at all. If you were going to do a switch, it was to the 18 to leave the 170. But does not get punished that much. Thus Larson does get the 174. So no one on a finish yet. I mean, Garrett Rakowski can go ahead and change that. Looking for 100 to leave the 132 champagne shot. Yeah, he had to go for the cover after the first. Instead leaves 98, which is still a great leave, even better than the 132. Didn't give him enough credit. Of course he's going to hit 2 trebles. Kevin continuing to fight along. Trying to get to a good finish himself. Having some troubles with errant darts. Does hit a trip 20 on the last to get to 89. Omsky going to try to recover from the arithmetic error by getting low to enable Garrett to make sure he gets a shot at 98. The trip. Oh, it goes to the 1. Does leave an opportunity to freeze now. 9 is the target line. So, as long as it basically needs to hit a perfect turn. Needed to hit basically a 170. Can't do that now, so Garrett will get a shot. Well, 19. All right, now this is where you have to take this moment. Yeah, you can see he realized he has to get to 6 or less, so Needs to make sure he actually shoots the right one. 17, 15 also works. So you can shoot the 15 to leave the freeze. That'll leave a 103 combined. Goes down to 2. Again, there's no mathematical reason to go lower than 4 unless you have a preference of double 1 over double 2. Technically 6. Kevin just going to continue to bring it on down. No way to take this here. Thinking about what he wants to do. Single 18 or single 16. Does go down to 4. Or sorry, I said 16 to 18. I meant 6 or 8 for the record. We all knew what I meant. It's exhaustion. Been a long week here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's all blurred together, too. Glomsky shot at 99. Now 96, trip 20, double 18. Let's get a dart. Reset. See, Rabbit bouncing down over there. Pretty funny, actually. Hopping along. Oh, that did not look like a 6. And you can see all their reactions. Big misregister on the dartboard. White must have slapped the 6 on the way down. Rather unfortunate. Was still outside, so if anything, it technically helps with the freezing. Dustin Larson should be able to freeze even if he doesn't take this. Trip 14, the traditional dart here, or double bowl. Stay on the trip 20. Oh, but he pulls that well down. So therefore, Kevin's going to be frozen. Garrett gets a shot at double 1. For leg number 1 of this intense matchup. You can see it's an intense matchup just by the way things are going so far. Here we go. Ryan Sofa King Sofa. Kevin Schmitz. We're starting off here. Got a chance to talk with Sofa for a while the other night. Always have good conversations with the gentleman, my Polish drinking friend. Billy giving a blow of good luck to the darts. Bill Glomsky and Jeffrey Johnson in this leg for Milwaukee Monsters. Needs to get in. Doesn't do so. Frustrations early on as Kevin now gets an opportunity to make that one. Feeling a little bit of pain with it. Oh, look at this. Kevin Schmitz finds a 160. Definitely going to be feeling the pain on that one. Good shot there from B Rabbit. Oh, and Jeff Johnson doesn't get in either. Milwaukee Monsters looking down the barrel of a bad leg. Have to do a little bit of a mental reset. Try to shake this off. This is not the start you had in mind. Good cover shot on the last start there for Ryan Sofa. Oglomsky, 6 starts now, miss at the end. Almost guaranteeing Augie's bullshooters will get this leg. You can miss 6 at the end and still win. Your partner's playing really solid darts, but unfortunately just evading them in this given moment. Appreciate each and every one of you watching along for this great matchup. Ryan Silva just needs to continue piling on the pressure. Only 40 points scored for the Milwaukee Monsters so far in this leg. Not the normal performance we see out of them. They at least have stopped their 2-0 down deficit of starts. But Ryan Silva finds a 1-7-1 to leave 1-4-1. Great setup there. Lomsky does get down the double 16. Finds a trip 20. He's going to try to make up for lost time. And while it is a nice 1-5-2 on the end, it's just not exactly time for it. You need to have that happen a little bit earlier than that. Really, right now, if you're Phil and Jeff, you're just thinking, I'm just going to try to continue playing my game and, frankly, hope for a better tomorrow, right? That's almost your mentality. You're trying to say, hey, you know what? The darts are still there. It was just an off leg. Give your teammates the confidence that you're feeling comfortable. They have a lot of trust in each other. That's what makes this team consistently so powerful. Is the way that they have the trust in each other's ability and each other's nature on the dartboard. Over down to 42 now. Lomsky back at 349. Do love seeing these top level Wisconsinites that we're quite familiar with, having different ranges of these absolute brilliant moments. And then right now, more of a one way traffic kind of late because it shows the human side of the affair, as many people like to talk about. Johnson still fighting. Good recovery. Getting a little bit of runway in this leg to be able to kind of get settled and give a little bit of a reset to themselves. Which is really what you're looking for at this point. You're trying to just get yourself mentally reset. Because the mental attrition is still a very important part of a team event like this. As we are now 1-1 in this matchup of Augie's Bullshooters and Milwaukee Monsters. Now it's going to be Steve Hilger and Jeffrey Johnson taking on Ryan Sofa and Sean Kaflish. We've stayed chalk so far in this matchup. Porky to get things going. What do you got in store for us, Porky? Oh, 111 worked just fine. You can see back to the 501 format and on your own score line. Porky choosing to go for the 111, basically just choosing to go for that double 17 in, which we're more used to seeing out of him. That'll work for Sofa King, though. Finds a beautiful 154. Double 20, trip 19, trip 19. That's common of a combination. Works out very well. Jeff Johnson finds a 120. This is definitely off to the races. A good recovery for the Mocky Monsters. Good continuation from Ryan Sofa and Sean Cafflish trying to get back into the fray. Going to need to find some really good darts. Big trip does help. I'm going to collect a Cafflish. Only finds 80. Porky, the man with the shiny head, continue to push on. That's a great 140. It puts a lot of pressure on Sofa to collect on another big shot to try to follow back to back to string them together. Oh, that's a great first start. Let's slow down a little bit. Gave Hope, got 4 darts into what would have been a potential 9. Still a great start, but it's just frustrating looking at the top side 250, 268. But then you see the bottom side 381, 421. This means that freezing can come into play once again. You're seeing them start to trail behind just a little bit there. It's all 100 there for Jeff Johnson. Cafflish recovering quite well in this leg. Gets a 125. He was evened up on the bottom side. Means the favor is still going to be in the team who's going first hands, especially with the way Porky is playing. I can tell you, there's something about Porky's energy that has changed in the last couple of rounds as he does find a massive 180. What's changed is I think that they're just not used to being in this position. And he got awfully serious. He's still smiling. He's still waving. He's still Mr. Ambassador of the game. But frankly, right now he knows what needs to get done, and so does the rest of his team. And he's trying to lead the pack with the mentality. It seems. Sofa, he's 168. That's no good. Need to switch to the 18 on the last start. That's going to be an error that might be very, very costly. Jeff Johnson knows he just has to make sure Porky doesn't get frozen, and this will do just fine at that. Did enough to make sure he's not in range to freeze him on the 70. Cafflish going to have to try to hit a big shot. Hope Porky misses the 70. Very solid shot. Again, another 2 treble turn. It was a missing 3 on the end. That's been killer for Sean. Otherwise, he would be right there with Porky in this leg. Trip 10, double 20. Trip 18, double 8. Does also work. Lucky Monsters up 2-1 and holds their throw once again. It's been hold after hold. Will there be a break or will it go the full distance in this matchup? Dustin Larson, Sean Kaflish, Garrett Rakowski, Steve Hilger in this leg. Yeah, Dustin starts off. Dustin's on. He's been brilliant. That'll work just fine, even despite the first start being a miss on the end, was still able to hit the double 20 and trip 20. Garrett having trouble on the double. Doesn't get in at all. He kept up with his pacing like normal because he kind of expected that to start to go in his favor. But those starts were just arguing with him just a little bit, it seems. Good 120 on the end for Calf, which hits the Shanghai on the open. Solid in from Porky, but considering Garrett's not in and the good shot from Sean and Dustin, this is looking scary early on and on track and on pace for another hole to throw. It's in after 4 missed darts. But really, you need Porky to kind of run away with the bottom side. They're asking why they didn't diddle for a last leg decider. There's no diddling in this format because it's an alternating start format. So you have the first diddle, and then you would alternate for the rest. He needs another one of those. The triple 20, that is, not the single 20. Dustin's slowing down a little bit. This is dangerous. He doesn't get to a finish in this turn. Gives an opening for Milwaukee Monsters to get back into the fray. Again, it's still going to be up to Steve more likely than Garrett to take it out from this position. But it's still a position that's better than how it looked at the very start of the leg. It has changed since the initial inception. Again, 66 for Catfish, a little bit slow. Porky can be the first one out of finish despite the early troubles that they were facing in this leg. Need a 160 to do so. Can't do it now. They're just going to get in line. Oh, but Dustin Larson coming back into the action. Get himself resettled into place, it seems. And does find a good 140. Leave 80. Garrett's going to have to play perfect from here on out. Near perfect. Finds a 140. Porky now to finish. Garrett will get a little bit more time to score if the 80 doesn't go on the return. Athletes leaves the 167. Porky has to leave a finish and it has to be a good one. Cover shot? Oh, he's staying. Oh, it is a cover onto the bull. Yeah, and again, that's good math from Porky because of the fact that if Dustin doesn't take this, Garrett can get low and make sure that he's not frozen. He's more worried about the 80 than the 167. This is the part that you have to fade. Went for double-double. Instead, doesn't even get a dart. A misplay there from Dustin Larson. I don't think that was the time to try to do a double-double at all, actually. Garrett just needs to make sure he hits a good enough shot to make sure Porky gets a swing at 130. Uh-oh. Let's find a trip. Even then, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. You can see how much Garrett's moving over. From another zip code. Only hit 60, so 123 or less for Sean Cafflish. Meaning Porky more likely to be frozen on 130. Frustrating moment. Yeah, and this still could go. This still could go. Oh, it doesn't go. But now they'll have 3 clear at 40. Porky has to go ahead and bring this 130 down all the way. Hope 40 doesn't go, and then Garrett can get a shot at the 164. Once again, Augie's bullshooter's looking likely to hold throw, following pace with the rest of this matchup to make it 2-2. Yeah, that pretty much guarantees it. Knowing that Garrett now won't even have the shot at the 164. Porky said, I'll freeze you, Garrett, if you freeze me. The kind of friends they are. There it is, 2-2. Who's going to grab 2 more legs? Will it be Augie's Bullshooters? Will it be Milwaukee Monsters? Jeffrey Johnson and Garrett Rakowski to get things going in this leg. Jeffrey, a very methodical player. A guy that really likes to self-pace at the hockey before getting going with it. I think it's also one of the biggest reasons why he's so consistent is that he has a pretty routine ritual for getting up to that line. 120, good open there for Jeffrey Johnson. Larson 65. Wanted a little bit more, especially because, again, you're trying to get that break a throw. If you can break here, you get the advantage going into the next leg with match points if you're Augies. The position that would be ideal. Garrett's struggling on his double still. Does find the end. Sofa King dropping those darts. None of those darts were close to double 20, and if I drop my first one like that, I'm moving to a different double. I'm not staying on double 20. If it's not a guide, it's a blocker in my mind. Even if it isn't actually physically a blocker, it's just the idea that I was that far off. I wouldn't want to stay on that number. Out there from Jeffrey Johnson at 83. Continuing to keep the pressure on the going first side of the ball. Chat, you're being awfully quiet. What are you guys thinking over there watching this intense matchup? Let us know. Garrett does get trip 20 in the last. See a little snarl. He was not happy with that dart. So if it does get in there, might be enough to just go ahead and make up for lost time. He does find a 160. Better late than never. And now pulled ahead of Garrett Rakowski despite missing his first three on the in. Can't leave a finish on this last start. Or excuse me, he can't leave a finish on this last start. Misspoke. Does leave the 158. Good shot there from Jeffrey Johnson, taking advantage of that going first. Having the darts in this leg and making it known that they're using them. So we're saying, I just want to know what Jeffrey Johnson's listening to. That's a great question. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be like something like that I wouldn't listen to while throwing, but it's probably like an absolute banger, like something like a 80s ballad of some sort. I don't know. That's what I'm going with. Garrett Rakowski finds a 180. Chat, put your guesses right now. What do you guys think Jeffrey Johnson is listening to in his headphone? Sofa. Despite he went miss 160 and then 97, so pretty consistent after the initial stumble, but not enough to change anything going against the darts between him and Dustin Larson. Johnson 158 won't go here. Needs to get set up and needs to get brought down just a little bit, put some pressure. That is going to be just 11 points, and Dustin Larson at 236 can make something happen. Sean saying classical, Christopher saying polka, Tanner saying Eye of the Tiger. All guesses. I don't know if they're great guesses, but they're guesses, guys, and I'm proud of you for participating. Yeah, he's got to have something playing in there, right? If you're going to just go for noise canceling, then I just get some AirPods. Rakowski goes ahead and continues to pile on the pressure to all but guarantee this leg. Sofa does it leave a good finish at 104. So if 147 doesn't go, 196 gets brought down, and 79 has to get faded. Ed Jones saying some old school R&B. Saying personally he listens to 90s rap. He's to listen to that while playing Dart League. Especially I had a dart partner that would only listen to 90s rap and hip hop. Larson needs to hit a big shot. One trip. One different trip. That last start was very important because it guarantees that Sofa can have a shot at 104 if 79 doesn't get taken. Double bull. Double does not. Garrett threw that dart a little soft. You can see the way he's pantomiming with his arm. This would be massive for Augies if they're able to break the throw right here with a big 104 check. Trip 20 double 12. Trip 18 double 15 also works. Oh, and Matt Graff in the background was ready to celebrate the shot, but it doesn't happen. Jeffrey Johnson get the shot for the 106. Trip 18 double 16. Did do the switch, does get a dart. And does go. Jeffrey Johnson does hit that 106 and does not have to worry about what would have happened if Dustin Larson gets a swing at the 98. Ryan Sofa missed the dart at a double. Try to break the throw. Now all of a sudden, Milwaukee Monsters has to try to break the throw to get the win here before to avoid a last leg decider. This has been a subdued affair between these teams in the second half of this. The first half started off pretty consistent, pretty hot, and then they slowed down a little bit, and you can tell that there's a little bit of pressure in these moments. Good 120 in the end for Catfish. Porky resetting himself after the first start. Been hitting the first double and then I believe missing the second one a lot, so he's just trying to reset before collecting. It's a big trip 20, just going to stay. Does stay. Does set up perfectly with a 154 on the in. Great shot from Steve Hilger, who again has a little bit of a air of seriousness more than normal. We're normally very lighthearted throughout most. I think right now, particularly locked in. Happy accident for Kevin Schmitz. A double is a double. Double one does. You just find this second dart, great. Third dart, got caught up in the highway traffic. Well, I think there's also extra pressure on Milwaukee Monsters, right? To your point there, Christopher. For the fact is that they've won this event 3 years in a row. All of those wins have been against Black Saddle in the finals. So right now they want to be a 4-time champion. The more they win in a row, the harder this record becomes to ever beat by anybody else in the future, right? This tournament's been going on for 40 years. Nothing tells me that it wouldn't go on for at least another 40. And you want to try to press an unbeatable record. So therefore, probably thinking about that a little bit, even if it's not very much on the forefront of their mind, subconsciously, you know, as Sean Catholic hits a big 180, they all have a target on their back. Every other team wants to beat them. Like I don't blame Augies or Black Saddle or any other team that was in this bracket wanting to beat Milwaukee Monsters. Who doesn't want to take down the 3-time in a row champ? That being said, they're great friends of us here at the show, and they want to win. I mean, heck, Porky's been giving me rides to and from my hotel room every day. He's giving me a ride tonight to Rockford. So, good friends of ours, but you gotta admit there's a little bit of a crowd lean towards Augies and Black Saddle and Sam Salin for that matter, as they're sitting in the seat for the rest of this run. And see, no, there's a bunch of different kinds of soft tip points that brand manufacturers, but a lot of it is just also because they just probably worn down, and they've been over time they will wear down. Usually, when you have fresh tips and your soft tip darts, you'll not have any wobble really because they'll stick firmly in and be kind of hard to pull out. But as you throw over time, it'll slowly start scraping that plastic. In retro, sure, I do agree with that point. I think I would love to see who you're talking about back into the mix, but don't it doesn't take away anything that being a 3 year in a row Division One champ is nothing short of impressive because you have to get through your round robin every single time and then go on to win your bracket. It's not just like going into the bracket itself, so it's still an incredibly impressive accomplishment. But yes, I do agree those players should be back in the mix. Hooker puts the 124 as the setup versus the 160. This is very interesting how this leg has continued to develop. It's won a little bit more after that first dart. He doesn't need to hit too much to avoid the freeze. He needs at least a good treble and two singles. Not the good treble. That one is. Not do enough. John Kavlich would have to get down to two to freeze. There's no way he's going to set up two while going for this finish. So his answer is hit the 160. It can't happen. So Steve Hilger will get a shot at 124. Oh, Red Giraffe. Good username. 124 will not have an opportunity. Got pulled to the left, and you can see Porky's reaction. He knows that that's very dangerous. He has to now hit two perfect darts. He has to make sure to get real low. There's an argument to even stay on the 20 just to try to find the trip. Doesn't get low at all, relatively speaking, which means that Kevin has an opportunity to set up a potential freeze. Puts pressure on Phil. Makes it harder for Phil to freeze. That's what you're all thinking about right now. $82 you would have to get to the freeze, which is impossible from Glomsky's position. Therefore, 60 will have a shot to send to a last leg decider. There, bad turn from Glomsky. He saw the first start reaction. There was a impromptu announcement on the PA. I think it kind of took his focus a little bit. Should have reset after the first start, but inconsequential now as this is heavily favoring Augie's to send to a last leg decider. On Kaflish resetting for a double top attempt on the third dart. Does go. We are going the distance in this fourth place matchup. Milwaukee Monsters once again in a very dire situation. Handshakes and hugs across the board. This is dangerous. Milwaukee Monsters does get the advantage of going first in this last leg decider. Rakowski to start things off. Folks, does Milwaukee Monsters move on to the third place match? Or does Augie's Bullshooters knock down your 3-year consecutive champions? Dustin having trouble on the 20. Should switch. Doesn't switch. And again, I'm not saying I'm never a fan of shooting double 20 in the end, but I think there's no reason to be pot committed to it. I'm very comfortable on double N to jump around to literally any double. So if I shoot the double 16, I don't like how it felt, then I move over to usually like an 11-14. If I don't like that, maybe I'll move over to a 10-15. Again, because of that 7-1 leg, that Porky's not worried about trying to set up a 9 dart leg. Instead, he's just going to focus on getting in on the double 16. Does so successfully and finds some results with the 107 on the open, leading the pack on the first onslaught, unless Sean Cafflish bests the 107. $65 on the end for Cafflish. Lonsky now going to try to get the top score line pushed further forward. How about a 171 from Phil Mickey Mousky Glomsky? That will do just fine. All right, so if we're going to make up for lost time, but not by as much as he would like. You can already see that topside separation develop. I've had my opinions on the 701 leg. I do think it should be just a 501 leg because it is split. If this was a fat bowl, I would say all day this should be 701. But it just adds way too much pressure and it makes it a little bit more transparent early on which way things are going because of the freeze rule, right? You know mathematically, with looking at that top side, that they can put it completely out of reach now just because of slow open. With a shorter runway, it feels more achievable. It's a different level of play. I just don't like that a 701 is the very last game. I just wish it would stay at 501, even with the 2 players per score line. Still not over, but it's up to the B score line now for Augie's Bullshooters to play perfect. There's more roars and more cheers in this hall as these finals are getting done and dusted for these team events. Starting to finish on some of these other brackets, especially some of these fat bowl brackets. In Division 2 finals, currently playing the third place match, that's going to be Rally Caps taking on Dukes and Red Lantern. The seat, JB Kettlecorn. At Division 3, still rolling. I'm trying to see if anybody's done. It looks like almost everybody's in their third place match for the most part. Even the bottom finals here in the divisions, all the way down to, it looks like even 28 currently in their 5th, 6th position, 4th place matches. Finals currently going on for Division 9. That's going to be Log Cabin Diane and Ring of Fire. Catholish keeps the bottom scoreline chalk, but the top scoreline's where the concern is. Looking at almost a 200-point deficit, about to be 200-point deficit on the top side. Division 10 finals currently going on. First dip is completed right now, it looks like. The Hill Bobby playing Eager Beaver. Division 11 finals going on. That's going to be Mugs versus Moon's Sandbaggers. I think that's all the finals currently going on. There might be a few more. There's a lot of different brackets. Johnson just trying to get himself recomposed before continuing to try to find consistency in the scoring. Again, you're at a nothing fancy needed type of situation in this matchup. Unless you're Augie's in this situation, just because, again, that A score line is of concern. Not out of reach, but you're starting to get to the point where you're hoping for an error to happen. And you still need one of your score lines to catch enough fire to pressure and try to say, hey, we'll get a look at an out while you're still in the 10 pluses. There's a trip 20 for Garrett. Pulls to the right again. You can see the frustrations kind of continue. Garrett has not been on all cylinders in this matchup so far. He's had moments of brilliance. That's a big collects. But you can definitely tell it's not the same level of consistency we're used to seeing out of him. This could help. This could help a lot. There's a 171 from Dustin Larson. Here's some cheering in the background. Is that the spark that they needed? It gets it to 70-point separation, 71-point separation on the bottom side, or top side, excuse me. Bottom side's still chalk. Now you're starting to pressure to get back into this leg. $140 from Porky. Not leave the first finish, but it's still a great shot. 180 to leave 161 is the goal here for Catholish. But at the very least, to try to also hit a 140. Can't do that now. That's going to be a misstep. 28 points. So it's a 113-point separation on the bottom side. 71 on the top. See Glomsky taking a deep breath before approaching the line. Trip 19. And a good follow as well, despite that first start being a little bit troublesome. Gets to the first look at a finish at the 154 on the top side. Ryan Sofa needs to find something special. It's a good shot. It's a 136. It's a good shot, but the problem is it's just not a finish. And he couldn't have left one from his position, but it's frustrating if you're Augies right now. You're within reach moving on to this third place match. And you want it. You want it bad. And a solid 100 there from Jeff Johnson to leave 100. Evan not going to be able to leave a finish. This is looking dire now for Augies, who are getting to the tail end of this matchup. 154 for Garrett Wachowski will be the first look at a finish in this last leg decider. $20. Double top. Does go. And they will move on to the third place match. Milwaukee Monsters survive yet another scare on the dartboard. My goodness. You can see some love between these competitors, some love between these friends. But man, oh man, does the fight continue on. Folks, coming up next will be that third place match. Black Saddle versus Milwaukee Monsters, a match we have seen before. Don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Sure bringing coverage of WAMO. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to our third place matchup here of our last day coverage at Green Bay, Wisconsin at the Resch Center for WAMO's 40th annual dart tournament. Looking forward to taking a look at what should be some great matches and a very much familiar matchup for anybody that's been going to this tournament or watching our coverage at USA Darts of WAMO. That's because Black Saddle and Milwaukee Monsters have played each other in the finals the last 3 years in a row. Milwaukee Monsters has won that every single time. And right now, they're in a situation where one of these teams will make it to the final against Sam's Saloon, and the other one will be bidding adieu, something of which we have not seen with these guys before. Something that has not happened in our coverage of USA Darts, bringing you WAMO. This is going to be a really cool moment to see if Black Saddle can get their revenge, because you know they're going to have an extra sense of motivation. Or will Milwaukee Monsters try to fulfill their destiny? Oh my goodness, got fully stuck on that one. Hello. Black Saddle, by the way, was the team that sent Milwaukee Monsters to the losers bracket. Augies lost some Milwaukee Monsters in that first round, so they almost got their revenge. Here, Rakowski gets in with a 1-5-2. Matt Gauthier finds a 20 with success on the first. 95 on turn. Solid score for the going first score line. Jeff Johnson. Let's see what he can do. .83 scored there for Jeff Johnson. Continues to pull out that score line despite going second. Again, it's alternate start. Best of 7. Really important if you can get a break in. It's massive in a format like this. Going first already gives you advantage no one because it's a sprint, right? It gives you more of an advantage in a double end format because it gives you the error to be able to miss and it not be so catastrophic on the end. It still is catastrophic if you don't get in. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't hurt nearly as much as an open in a format. So there is all these factors going into the fact that breaks are really hard to do, and when you do accomplish them in a format like this, they are so valuable. They are worth their weight in gold. Johnson getting himself composed. They're 30 points. Now advantage going back in the direction of Black Saddle. We're waiting to side on the A score line. John Pilgrim going to try to set the first look at a finish. Oh, and he does do so. Good shot there from Pilgrim. It's the 134 to leave 134, cut it right in half. It's going to more likely leave a finish from this position. 150. Last one barely goes low on the wire. It's a well thrown dart. Expected it to go in just based off how the other ones were going. Jeff Johnson just hit a good scoring round to keep the dream alive for Garrett to have the 150 chance in this leg. That's going to be his goal. Hit 100 would accomplish effectively that. But now the 150 going to be frozen, almost guaranteed, barring a catastrophic miss. 134 gets a chance. We already just saw John Pilgrim hit it using some triples. Now he's got to use some triples and some doubles. Trip 18. Does hit it. Beautiful setup down to 4. 152 combined. 150 doesn't have a chance. Stopped himself there as it had the momentum to potentially take it out. 1 double 17 to leave 2, excuse me. Doesn't do so. Now 148 gets a chance for Black Saddle for leg number 1. Rocking those basketball jerseys. Still gotta watch that movie. Haven't seen it. Pretty good things. Stayed up there, would have left 25 if that trip went in, but you would have to imagine, I guess he was more worried about the scoring and the fact that he doesn't want Jeff Johnson to be able to unfreeze. 180 would not unfreeze, so therefore, job done in that sense. Oh, if that 180 does go, though, it puts a lot of pressure on the 4 and the 65. Black Saddle to hold their throw to start things off in this third place match. Double 1. Double does. It's a 1-0 lead for Black Saddle. Alternating start. Walking Monsters will get the start in this second leg. Obviously finds a double 16. You can see kind of sneaking into the camera a little bit there. That man, if you believe it or not, is only 5'10". Pilgrim needs to get in. Having trouble in the first 2. Does get a double 16 on the last. Was able to get underneath that dart, too. Impressive dart to throw. We want to shout out a couple of the other finals going on. JB Kettlecorn and Rally Caps currently going on for Division 2. A lot of matches in there, or a lot of brackets in their third place match. Division 7. Currently Buffalo Stampede taking on Revolutions. Division 8. It's going to be Dre's Juniors Pubs taking on Jay's Knuckleheads. Division 9 did finish with Log Cabin Diane beating out Ring of Fire. Great stuff indeed. So congratulations in Division 9 to Log Cabin Diane. The Hill Bobby does go ahead and complete the double dip, it looks like. Yeah, they did. So congrats to them on that one for Division 10. Division 11 Muggs does best Moons Sandbaggers. Division 12 is in that third place match. And let's see, Division 13, you got Tip Top and the Dead Misfits. Currently duking out on the finals. Division 16 finals. That's going to be Sassy Slayers taking on Cork Soakers. What'd you call me? Division 17 still in their third place match. Division 21, Good Times Twice is currently going up against Scoreboard 2. Oh, look at that shot there. Bob Anderson finds a magnificent 171. All other matches and brackets look like they're in the fourth place match or further, so we'll get more updates as those finals go through. This is looking dangerous right now. Black Saddle doing a good job of controlling this leg on the top side of the scoreline and the bottom side of the scoreline. Pilgrim can really make that hurt from Filthy. Looks like he might. Shoulder's not hurting right now. Doesn't leave a finish, but max pressure is now on. If there is a good sign here for Milwaukee Monsters, would be that they've won more matches down 0-2 than any other team in this dart hall today and yesterday as well, for that matter. Jeff Johnson snapping back into reality. Does hit a big 180 to set the first look at a finish. That is an absolutely massive shot there from Jeff Johnson. Oh my goodness. Puts pressure now. Bob Anderson needs to make sure to hit a good shot so that way there's no way Filthy can unfreeze. Or freeze, I should say. Not frozen yet, but about to be. Oh, and this is an opening. This is an opening. 373 combined. Means that really, Filthy just needs if he throws a 180, they're safe. Whatever he throws, John Pilgrim has the best. That's the way you think about it. Oh no. Goes troubleless. Now they're in a lot of trouble. Actually needs 51 points. Does do so. The freeze is on. Jeff Johnson's 180 was for naught, it seems, as that's a beautiful shot from John Pilgrim. Finds a 177. Filthy would have needed that 180. The 156 instead just gets brought all the way down. Trip 20, double 16 would probably be my shot at this. Actually, let me rephrase. My shot at this would be trip 1, trip 5, for the last start off the board. No harm, no foul for not getting lower because Lomsky not at a finish. Bob Anderson does a great job with the 123. Lomsky needs to leave a finish on the top side. Can't do it now. There's no realistic way for them to win this league despite unless something insane happens. They're going to be facing a potential 2-0 deficit once again. They keep doing this the hard way. Black Saddle doing it the easy way. Good stuff there. John Pilgrim and Bob Anderson firing on all cylinders. Matt Graff and Bob Anderson in this leg. Bill Glomsky, Steve Hilger Good 108 there for Glomsky to punish the fact that Matt Kraft did not get in. This is where the Milwaukee Monsters really need to rally, try to break the throw. First dart got stuck there in Bob Anderson's hand. You see how far off that was. Great correction on the second. And the third dart is meaningful. Porky does get in, but doesn't hit anything too crazy there. And you can see him give himself a little bit of a come on. But that being said, this is where the pressure lies. Matt Kraft needs to try to find a big in. Get right back into the fray. There's a double 15. There's the trip 20. Last one gets away just a little bit, but it keeps them in the leg. Zach saying, what's with all the hitches? There's definitely a couple. I mean, you can see Filthy struggle sometimes with getting that first start going and then is usually able to fire away with the next two. It's about finding the muscle memory of that spot for him. Once he finds out on the first start he usually throws, we can see sometimes with that he will drop that first start a little bit lower. Bob Anderson, of course, has been struggling for the last few years with the hitch. But yet was last year's Division I singles winner. So is able to produce results despite it. Porky, no real hitch there. And Matt Kraft, that ain't no hitch. That's just how he throws. But, you know, it goes without saying that you don't need to be, you know, visually perfect, like on the outside, right? You don't need to have a pretty looking throw to otherwise have results. And to be fair, with Filthy and Bob, once the dart's actually going, the other ones are very much nice and pretty darts. It's just about having that initiation at the beginning. It happens over time with players' careers. I don't think I've ever met a professional dart player that hasn't gone through at least some version of it. No, I've known some that have gone through it as little as like a week or two period, and I've seen players struggle with it for 10 years. Matt Kraft does go ahead and hit that 1, 2, 3 and continue to push out in front for Black Saddle. Despite the slow win. But this is where Glomsky can make this really interesting. 140 does not leave a finish. Good use of the 19, even if it doesn't collect. The right shot. There's another opening because that's only 48 points scored. 23-point separation on the top side. Bottom side, already a 64-point separation. 74-point separation, excuse me. Bob Anderson with a well-timed 171 leaves the first look at a finish. This is potentially going to be a Black Saddle 3-0 lead, and it would require Milwaukee Monsters to have to do a reverse sweep against the odds in this matchup. Something that, well, listen, they might be three-time champs. Yes, they have beaten Black Saddle in all three of those finals. A reverse sweep from 3-0 down is almost impossible with players this talented. Kraft does not leave a finish. Lonsky going to be more or less focused on just trying to get as low as possible instead of leaving an ideal finish, just because where Hilger's at, it's going to be coming into freeze rule here. You can see that first start for Glomsky once again drops real low. Second and third do not have that same struggle. The second one was just a little funky of the release. Third one was just fine. That first dart for Glomsky has been dragging down. Another one of those for Bob. Doesn't happen. Gets all the way down to 10. I think I would have probably set up a different dart. I would have probably gone like trip 18, trip 10. One of those. But teach their own. Double 5 is the leave. You're going to need to try to hit a big one. Good correction, but no matter what, even if Klumsky was on a finish, he would be frozen. Klumsky is going to have to leave a finish. Hope that Bob misses. Hope Porky gets all the way down and is still able to have this unfrozen. This is basically all but guaranteed in the direction of Black Saddle to have that 3-0 advantage. There's so much going right for them right now. Klumsky gets the 148, but Bob Anderson, who has been playing very strong this match, double 5. It's going for the split. No reason not to. I like it. Does get it there. That's a 3-0 lead now for Black Saddle. My goodness. This is as scary as it could possibly get for the Milwaukee Monsters. Yes, they do get the darts. Yes, they can hold their throw. But right now, everything is favoring Black Saddle to come out on top. Garrett does fine on his end. Guthier does go ahead and pull out in front, but just by 10 points. Marginal difference. This is his first one on the end. Switches to 16. He'll do that every time. Except in that 701 leg. He'll start with that 17 and then go either a 19 or a 20. Late today's been going more towards 17 than 20. Then afterwards, we'll switch if he misses that first 17 to 16s, or with the 701 leg, he'll start at 16s. Again, he tries to play for that 9. Macraff once again struggling on the end. We just saw this in the last leg. That's an uh-oh. Here, Rakowski continuing to fire away. A little bit of a better look in this leg so far for the Milwaukee Monsters team. They weren't far off in the last leg. It just started getting away from them in the middle. The start was all right, especially because, again, Macraff was struggling with his end. Macraff, known as a professional darts commentator, just like Porky. Been able to have them on our commentary booth. Fun to actually having Matt call a game with Sean. Something broke Matt's focus. Not exactly sure what it was. They're laughing over there at the side about something. I don't know exactly what happened. They're all smiling about it. Not, I'm not exactly sure what got the focus. Oh no, Matt Graff That 6 minute starts at the end. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Looks like maybe someone crop dusted the line. I'm not exactly sure based off the reaction there. Back to the match. Rakowski going to continue to fire away. Bullet hits a 140. 180 to leave 158 for Matt. Borgie's still laughing. I wonder, something must have happened. At least they're all having high spirits about it. Of course, back to business immediately at the Aki. Oh, wanted the 171. Will still take the 133. And 105 for Graf finally gets him in. But this leg is feeling like a lost cause. At least Milwaukee Monsters will get one leg on the board. They're going to be in a lot of trouble in the next one because they're going to be going against the darts. All needed to find the 180. Yeah, more likely the freeze is going to be on because it already is on. So not leaving a finish there just isn't detrimental just because you already feel like the leg might be lost. Doesn't mean you're not going to give it the college try. You got to keep your mentality clear and focus as much as you can when it comes to situations like this. Rakowski at 68 to get their first leg on the board in this third place matchup. Double four. Been working on that dart. Should be fine position. Not quite go. Again, no danger in sight. Oh, you're just going to be on support duty once again. 180 to leave 4 is the target. That'll work just fine. Gets all the way down to 49. Rakowski, go ahead and send us on to the next leg, sir. Outside, one hole. Does go. Oh, it's the same spot in the second, just slight improvement. It was a beautiful dart. 3-1. And Garrett gives us a little bit of a look. Oh my god, are you guys seeing this? They've been doing it the hard way this whole time. They're going to need to best Bob Anderson and Matt Gauthier in this leg, hold their throw in the next, and then win the last leg decider. And that's the other problem of the situation. Two of the remaining three legs are going to be against the throw for Milwaukee Monsters, including that huge 701 leg. They're in a tough position. Here gets in on the second dart. 5. Not enough to help out, considering Bob Anderson had that nice 111 open. See, this hall is thinning out very quick as teams and finals are finishing. Everyone's hitting the road, Jack. Oh, and what a time for that. Big 160 in. Black Saddle is putting on a show right now, and this is looking very dangerous for your 3-time in a row defending champions. Was that you? Was that what happened? I thought that's what happened. So, just to confirm, chat, Porky did in fact crop dust the line for everybody, and that's what they were laughing about. That's so funny. Yeah, Dason Alberts, you're borrowing from his book. Wasn't that's true? That is true. I mean, he did make Matt miss 3 more doubles, so I don't know. There you go. You might need to right now. Or you coming back here and having a chat with us as his teammates are playing? Oh boy, this is a dangerous position though. Garrett's going to try to catch up to Bob in this throw. Doesn't do so. Separation on the top side. Bottom side has separation as well. Gauthier continuing to try to push away. Continuing to find success. Almost gets the last one to go. 5 darts into the perfect game before it finally bails out on him. But that's a massive time to be performing like this with the throw in a situation like this. You can see Filthy's reaction. This is starting to feel dire. This is starting to feel dangerous. This is starting to feel every negative emotion possible, even if they're trying to stay positive, even if they are doing a successful job of probably staying positive. As we saw Porky back here kind of coming in and having a crack with us real quick. It doesn't matter because right now this is in the hands of Destiny and Bob Anderson and Matt Gauthier, who are trying to just finish this now. 171 hits. What a good shot that is. Leaves the first one got to finish. Garrett can't even leave a finish from here. This, and you can see there's a wry smile on Garrett. They know that this might be the end, and Black Saddle is going to be fulfilling a little bit of destiny, a little bit of revenge. 3 finals in a row lost to Milwaukee Monsters. I think one of those was a potential double dip scenario, so I don't think they've never beat them before. But to beat them twice in one day, I have a little sense of joy with it. Even if they're friends, even if they love and respect each other, doesn't mean they don't want to beat the other guy. Or Sam Saloon just patiently watching, warming up on the side, knowing that they still have to make sure to defend their seat. Bob Anderson, 134. Not going to go in this moment, but they will be back. Back for vengeance. No finish left there for Garrett. It wasn't more about him leaving a finish, it was more about him getting low. In either case, does not happen. $79. Trip 10. Trip 18. Double 4. Not quite. He had option of luxury of setup there, so he did not need to go for the 12, so I don't mind that at all. Good shot there from Matt. One hole inside on the double 4 from making their 4th finals berth. That would mean that Black Saddle has made more finals in a row than Milwaukee Monsters, by the way, if they end up getting this win. Another note to add to this impressive resume from both these teams. $51 double top. Trip 14 double 16. Trip 18 for double 10 also works. And it does go. Black Saddle accomplished what they've been trying to do for such a long time now. Long time of wanting this since 2022. They have been battling. Today they beat not once but twice the Milwaukee Monsters. And they will move on to play Sam's Saloon in this final. And you can see how much it meant to everybody involved. And you can see Milwaukee Monsters giving them some love, knowing that their run for their 4th consecutive title has come to an end. They will finish in 3rd place today. Sam's Saloon will be waiting in the final. Oh my goodness, team. We are here. It is the tail end of our coverage. We got one match left, and that will do it for our coverage here of WAMO. So don't go far, folks. We have our match of Black Saddle taking on Sam's Saloon for the finals of Division 1 shortly after this. Don't go far. Welcome back to our coverage of WAMO for our last match of the live stream. It is going to be the finals of the team event Division 1, and it is something different if you're a USA Darts fan. It's going to be Black Saddle and Sam Saloon taking it on, and this should be very interesting to see how this one will play out with Black Saddle going on the run and completing the win against Milwaukee Monsters, the bane of their existence the last couple of years. Now they have a new challenge in front of them, double dipping Sam's Saloon, who was looking pretty tough earlier. And we'll see what ends up happening with this matchup. There's anything that can happen. I'm knowing that it's the last match of a 5-day stream. It's going to be tiebreaker into double dip into tiebreaker, and then anybody can win. So that's how this works. Strap in, folks. Sit back, relax. We got darts here for at least another 30 minutes to an hour. We're going to have fun watching every bit of it along the way. Scuba Steve Diker back in the mix. I did see a question here from Jason Will talking about why Black Saddle has 5 team members. So there was actually John Pilgrim was gonna not be able to make it initially, and then was able pretty late into the game, able to make it out here to be able to play. So they wanted to be able to have Pilgrim be team, but Gauthier was obviously super cool to set up to line. So they wanted to make sure to find a way to make both work, and what they decided to do was, well, go ahead and have a rotating cast where they rotate who's sitting out each time. So Steve Diker and John Pilgrim are in for this one. I don't know who's sitting. We'll find out in a moment based on who's playing in the next couple. And then just from the top, Black Saddle's team does consist of Bob Anderson, John Pilgrim, Matt Gauthier, Matt Graff, and Steve Diker. Sam's Saloon, Brad Zimlow, Derek Schneider, Jose Campin, Leon Hopkins, and Matthew Jenkins. Brad has not been playing. I don't know if he was an original substitution or not. I've not seen. He wasn't here yesterday either, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that front, but I don't recall it. Do you think because we don't have Phil Klomsky here, we can go ahead and adjust our camera to be a little bit more of a tighter shot? Pilgrim said his darts were feeling good. Well, they were looking good earlier. Guntrust tried to continue to stay with his hot hand. Good 140 on the turn. And Jenkins going to try to leave a finish. Jose back at 419. Freeze is already on for leg number 1. The alternating start, it's just about holding your throw, so no alarm bells yet. Just trying to get settled in after their break from the match win in the seat, which was a little bit ago, admittedly. Cuba Steve only at 117. Want to leave it a little bit lower, but again, no immediate harm in sight. Pilgrim sets up the 120. Max pressure now on for leg number one. Black Saddle going to try to ride their momentum, right? If you're Black Saddle, you're thinking, I just beat the boogeyman, the one that was getting us the whole time. They're going to be pretty excited about this opportunity. And I think we're going to see a very strong version of themselves. I don't think they're the type that are going to ease their shoulders because they're not going to take Sam Saloon lightly. But I think that confidence boost of getting the win against a team that has gotten their number the last couple of years is going to be something that really carries over in a heavy way. A little risky in that last start there from Scuba. Could have accidentally hit 57. Does hit a big trip on the last. It needs to push the advantage. 133 needs to get brought all the way down, just in case. Never expect to have opportunities in legs like this, but doesn't mean you're not going to try to carve one out just in case. There you go. Scuba Steve Diker does hit 54. Black Saddle gets leg number one on the board in this final. One on the end. Jose does recover. We saw a little bit of struggles at the prior leg, right? Where he wasn't able to get in real strong. Instead, was able to still be able to get in here. John Pilgrim having the best of the bunch so far. Bob Anderson in as well for this one. Leon Hopkins on the other side. Good shot there from Leon Hopkins. Finds a 140. John's going to try to follow in suit with at least 100. Again, the USA Darts hat plus patch combo usually leads to a very successful hit rate, so could be something in his favor. Look at this, John Pilgrim. It's a 180. See, you compliment the hat, you compliment the patch, and all of a sudden you're hitting some magnificent darts, and that's another good shot there. Starts the challenge because you see the bottom score lines 450, 450. And 308, it's a lot harder to leave a check at than 223 is, so this is getting interesting very quick. Anderson trying to make sure he falls with Jose. Does hit a nice 133. Does a good job of keeping right in range. Only 12 points of separation on the bottom side. Leon going to feel some pressure. Won't be able to leave a finish now. So Pilgrim, go ahead and continue on his fight. That 180 was massive. Can he follow it with another good shot? We'll leave a finish. Not as ideal as he would have liked. And pulled that last dart a little bit to the right. But still, 134 is the first look. And if you're trying to break the throw, you're trying to get that 2-0 lead, then you get the throw in the next. I mean, that's a very powerful position to find yourself in. Oh, Bob. Bob really wanted that 171. Yeah, you see, he's around that USA darts patch. Must be helping out. I don't know why I'm plugging that like it's like a merch plug. Like we mostly give them out, and occasionally you can pick them up for sale if you see a Magic Wear booth. But apparently they do seem to be helping out. Good 101. To leave the 112. Pilgrim, not even as pressure to take this, is more so to just make sure to hit at least 100. Stack on that dart. Should be able to sneak one in. I would stay there. Like, I wouldn't have backed off the line. Yes, trip 20 for double 18 is a way better setup. I wouldn't be worried as much about my setup as I am just making sure Leon doesn't get shot at the 112. He walked himself off the line, only hit a single on the last. But if Jose hits a big shot here, might not be in range. I mean, it could still technically always be in range of the freeze from where this position is, but still, you got to factor that decision a little bit. And sometimes just getting down is better. But it doesn't matter. This is the case. They're not going to be happy with those darts. Does find a trip 20 on the last. 95 is the target line, so Bob looking for just basically 100 points here. Good first start for Bob. Good second dart. Freeze is on. And that's a big shot there from Bob Anderson with a 174. My goodness. What a shot to hit to try to set your team up to go 2-0 up in the finals. Good shot there, John Pilgrim. Giving it a little sauce on the shot. And that's a 2-0 lead for Black Saddle, who now gets the darts in the next leg. Race to 4. If the Black Saddle gets the 4 legs, we're going to another best of 7. I'm cheering for nothing more than more darts. So therefore, I want Black Saddle to win. But then after they get to the second set, I want whoever wants it more to win. But I do like all these guys. These are some great competitors and some great friends on the dartboard. You can see Matt Graff is the one sitting for Black Saddle in this matchup. See him walking in the background, just cheering on, supporting his team. 89 for Bob. Bob, Matt, and Leon all in. Oh, Derek well off to double 20. That's a double one on the last, the barest of bare minimums. But it ends and in. Make up for the distance later in the leg. More of a morale frustrating situation than it is anything else. Not moral. There's no moral issue with the double one. Look at that 180 there. Forgot the air. 241 after 6. Loving this position that they're in. Would have to think. Bob only with the 58, so slows down. Gives Derek time to catch up a little bit of the distance. Maybe even gain a little bit of ground if he hits a 180. That's a switch. Over on the 19 should be able to help him find the trip on the last, but no, sinks down and right. So still facing a roughly 90-point deficit. Matt could be the first one at a finish. You can see Sam Saloon looking serious and looking frustrated. Good 100. Leaves the 141. 363 obviously cannot get set up. If I'm Sam Saloon, I don't know which team member I would be leaving to, but I would just be giving a little bit of the pep talk to the boys and just say, hey, we're okay. This is a little bit of a scare, but this is why you win the seat. So if something like this happens, you can go ahead and either A, still get back into this match with what would be a very impressive comeback, or B, just set the next set on the right precedent, right? Momentum is a heck of a drug, and right now, Black Saddle is just living on it. Look at that, Bob Anderson, 171 for Bobby Boy. It's 41 there. Derek and Leon more than likely going to take the L on this leg. Have to try to do a reverse sweep in this matchup to get back into winning it here. But your mentality is more about getting your darts settled, getting your mentality settled, and knowing that you have the confidence to continue on and continue out. See Bob trying to find an angle. Would like to stay on the 19. Does end up going back up to the 20 anyways. Don't think there's anything wrong with that. Again, just with the situation, 164 has no chance to go. 180 gets hit to leave 220 and would still not have a serious chance. So, or any chance. So you're not worried about the situation. You're just trying to the only reason I would be frustrated if I was Bob or Matt in those last 3 darts is for no other reason than I want to continue to put foot to pedal and pedal to floor. I want them to feel every bit of this pressure and make it feel like it's not going to stop. Double 14. does go. That's a 3-0 lead for Black Saddle in this final over Sam's Saloon. They are on a mission. Like I said, they defeated their boogeyman. Now they're trying to become that themselves. 4 final appearances in a row. I don't know if there's a team that has accomplished something like that. Again, I kind of talked about it out there with a little bit and asked about some of the days before USA Darts was involved with the streaming. 4 finals in a row. I don't know if if that's been accomplished. I don't believe so. So to have that accomplishment is already a big one. Now there is definitely teams that have had more wins than 4 finals that have been in more than 4 finals, but the consecutive part is what is fascinating to me. We know some of the big boys of old would love to see them back into the mix because man, oh man, I would love to see how these finals would look going forward if we had all those teams back in the fray. $100 on the score there for Derek. Good recovery. He struggled a lot in that last leg. Got here to try to respond. Justin, this is the last event. Matt Graff tuning in saying more than 4, I believe. More than 4 like finals appearances in a row? That'd be pretty sick. That would definitely predate USA Darts' coverage. That would have been a while back now. We started covering this tournament 2022 with Sean Green and Will Stewart, and then me and Will Stewart in 2023. Will and some remote help in 2024, and then me and some remote help in 2025. Crazy to see how much time has passed with all that. That's saying, yeah, so even more impressive if that's the case. You know, it has to be a lot of finals appearances in a row if you're having trouble remembering how many in a row it's been. Oh, Patrick tuning in. Thank you for giving us your viewers. Because remember, when you're watching, you're supporting us whether you comment some nice things or not. These guys are having fun playing. What are you doing? Having fun hating? No, you're not. No one has fun hating. Justin Hightower asking, what's the next event for USA Darts? We will be taking a very, very short break because we will be live. First off, we'll be live on Tuesday for DPFL and Thursday as well, I believe. And then Thursday on next week, we also go live for our dual streaming coverage with Bullshooter for the Chicago World Finals. So we'll be live there on Thursday to Monday. And then it'll be a small intermission of just some DPFL streams until we get to that Challenger versus Champion PPD show. And then we have the start of the WCS with PPD as well. Landon, valid. Back to the match. Out there does get the 281. Pretty close one so far, favoring Sam Saloon because they're going first and slightly ahead on both score lines. But it's still within striking distance for the very informed Black Saddle team. WCS will be the second Monday of June, which would be the 9th. Apparently, that's also when my Google Drive bill is due, if anybody's curious, according to my calendar. So there you go. 2 fun facts for 1. Did get a chance to, speaking of other events that USA Darts is doing, talk with a couple of different organizers about some potential events to add into our calendar for this year or even one for next year. And do want to say that I'm excited by these opportunities. If you're ever a tournament organizer and you see us at an event, of course you can talk with us. But just go to usadarts.live, fill out the information, or reach out to myself or Will Stewart directly, and we're happy to see what we can do to try to be at your next event. $197 for Matthew Jenkins. Just try to continue to set this up. Good last start. Jason Owens asking two big questions here. Which is the largest dart tournament? Just by number of players, you would have to go with WAMO, the Wisconsin State Dart Tournament. But Tournament Champions and NDA Team Dart are both tournaments that also have very large and sizable fields as far as for quantity. And then is USA Darts mostly in the Midwest? Referring to darts players, there's a large population in the Midwest, but there's East Coast has a strong steel tip population. West Coast has a nice soft tip population, and the West, Midwest, there's a lot of dart players everywhere. As far as USA Darts broadcasting, I currently live in Florida, about to move to Rockford, Illinois, and Will Stewart lives in Wichita, Kansas. So we're kind of spread out a little bit. And Heather, we will know soon. We're obviously working with Doug, trying to see what we can do as far as for scheduling to see if we can be back, because we would love to be back for that tournament. Doug Sports Pub Darts Championship in Plover, Wisconsin. We've been doing that tournament since 2022 or 2023. 2022, because that was remote, and then 2 years in person. Back to the match. Steve Diker, if this 152 goes, would be something ludicrous. It won't happen. And more than likely, the mat will also be frozen. Trip 20. Doesn't find the trip 20. Big last start, because that was looking very sketchy there for a second, because Scuba Steve at 145 was still going to make sure the freeze was in play, unfortunately. So Matt will not be able to take out 100. Sam Saloon should be able to get one leg on the board, but again, facing 3-0 down, I mean, it's a brutal position to find yourself in, because you know Black Shadow's going to have to throw in the next, and they could have that 4-1 advantage going in and winning the first set. Can't think about that, though, if you're Sam Saloon. You got to think, man, just hold on. We got the first leg on the board, and we didn't even have to crop dust to get it. Patrick, I'll answer your question if you say something nice about one of these dart players. Bob Anderson goes ahead and gets a start. 51 on the end. Nothing fancy there. Don't press if you're Jenkins or Hopkins. You just need to play the same game you've been playing all week long. Good marker dart. You would think. Does get it on the last. And again, Matt shaking his head. He obviously wanted more, but at the very least, he did enough to make sure he didn't lose any ground. 11 points is effectively not lost ground. Scuba, same thing. Also 51 on the in. Parity on the black saddle team's side of the affair. Leon, no wasting no time on the double, though. Hopkins does not find a trip, but does lead the pack by 20 points. Bob Anderson going first. Wants to take advantage of the position that they're in. Wants to have some good power scoring. Continue to pile on the pressure. $95, solid scoring visit, but not the power scoring that, again, he was envisioning. If you're Black Saddle in this position, you're thinking, man, I just got to really put the pressure on. I want to continue to ride this out. I don't want to just win. I want to dominate for the rest of this, because then you go into that next set with that mentality and that fire. $35 for Scuba helps out the bottom side of the score line. I'm just staying barely in front of Matt. Leon all over the bottom side of that 20. Can't get one in the trip bed. And a little bit of separation starting to build again. Sam's Saloon needs 3 legs as well as the one they already got for this to be able to go in their direction. Look at this from Bob. Oh, you thought it was going to be a 171. It's still a great shot. 123. First start slipped out of Jenkins' hands, it seems, all the way down low on the 12. Well, not the tight darts you would expect, and that was a very errant turn at 14 points scored. Doesn't guarantee that this leg's going to Black Saddle, but it heavily favors them now to take this first set. Good shot there from Leon. Helps keep the bottom side still in the game. Appreciate the feedback there, Jason. Always looking for ways to improve our broadcast here. I want you guys to know, while the dart hall is thinning out, currently there is almost all of Kendrick Lamar's current catalog coming out and playing on the jukebox. It is banging out there. Matt does recover quite well after a strugglesome leg. Finally, he's getting back into the mix. Scuba. Good switch on the last. Make sure to leave a finish. So that way they have the first look. His leg isn't over yet. And this set isn't even over yet. Leon needs to not only leave a finish, but it needs to be a good finish. Cover shot? Oh, he's able to find it in there. Great darts for the 140. Gonna have to make sure to dig deep. Put pressure on Jenkins for a freeze. It's 3 big singles, 57 on the turn. Jenkins can guarantee that there's no freeze in play for Leon. Won't be able to get low enough to freeze Scuba Steve. Oh no. Oh no. 64 is now target land. If Scuba gets a 64, Leon cannot shoot the 90. 20 double 16 is the target shot. And no worries now for Leon. He will get a swing at 90. Make this 3-2 and keep the dream alive for Sam's being able to win this first set. Stay there. Bullseye. Oh, and sails that dart. Not happy with it. Now Bob Anderson gets a look at the 117. Shooting a lot of 19s. I wouldn't be surprised if he started there. Double 20 for double 19. You got for us, Bob. No, not going to happen. Has to continue to bring it on down. Good last start for 99 on the score. Matt Jenkins at 182 legitimately wants to hit a 180 to leave 2. Play for that freeze. Again, they can't freeze Steve Diker at 111. The play in turn for the freeze, so that way Leon should be able to shoot. To clarify what I meant there. Scuba Steve Diker, 111 in a dream. Send this to the second set. Played for the bull. Doesn't happen. Won't get a dart. That not being a trip, very dangerous. Because now if 41 doesn't go, there's still a good chance that Bob Anderson will not get shot the 18. 16. Sam's Saloon lives to see another leg. It's now 3-2 in this matchup, and they get the darts in the next. They could potentially send this to a last leg decider from this route, but it's a tough position to find. And guys, we got the bull hitters joining us. Famous for not only trying American food, but also, I don't know, having a killer darts channel and crushing it over at Modus. Love to see it. How you doing, boys? No Will Stewart, you're stuck with Nick to share it today, but don't you worry. I'll make you guys better American food next time a big event comes around. Schneider does go ahead and get in with a ton. To go 3-0 down and try to do a reverse sweep would be something incredible to see from the seat holders of Sam's Saloon. Back out the air. Try to get in as well. Having trouble finding the 20. Sings all three almost to the same spot. Would have loved to see some movement around the board. I don't like the commitment of staying up there if you don't find it on the first. There, Jose doesn't get in either. And by this logic, that means John Pilgrim's going to get in. Outside. Does find the 16. Does recover to 19. So, yep, you can see now the score lines for Derek and John showing some parity, and Matt and Jose on the other side. Sam Saloon just needs to play consistent. I want to be honest, boys. I can't guarantee no crop dusting. I mean, not from us, probably. I don't know. Jen Mounts. You never know with her. Don't tell her I said that. I like my job. Matt needs to get in. He messed around with it on the first go. This time finds success. Oh, and he's going to go ahead and really take advantage. Finds 120. And makes up for lost ground. Only a 21-point separation on those A score lines. In victory, no, there is not. But hopefully we'll have more confirmation on the dates soon enough. Everyone's in. On Pilgrim to go ahead and see if we can push out in front. Oh, look at this. Good timing from Pigworm. Finds a 135 that looked prettier than that. Eric has had up and down moments, but it seems like he's definitely picked it up since where we saw him earlier in this final. It is interesting with this team format of having that break in between legs, where you're sitting down for sometimes 2-3 legs, where you're up and throwing again. Team format is one of the hardest formats to play, let alone a team format of double-double split. It is a marathon, but it's also hard because it's not like you're warming up when you're waiting for your next play. Good 180 there. Black Saddle continues to show that they can pile on the pressure at all times. They needs to find a good turn here, or else Derek won't have a chance at a finish. Bill, I wouldn't doubt it. I've already mentally prepared for it. Berger might want to switch. Kisses off the flight into the trip. Does switch on the last. Doesn't collect. Needed 2 troubles regardless of where he switched to. You can see 179, or excuse me, 379 points is the combined score, meaning that Derek's already frozen. He's not even at a finish yet. Black Saddle should be able to win from this position, but we've seen crazier things happen today. Guys, don't worry. Metcalf actually brought one of his cases of his shoe collection back here in the stream room. I would have expected 57 for 24. Instead went 51 to leave 30. That Wisconsin math just hits different out here. He doesn't actually have a case of shoes here, by the way. I just lied. Sorry, Metcalf. Now, looking for the cover. Finds the cover on the 19. He's going to stay. Yeah, I like that. Gets all the way down to 44 and 75. Black Saddle's going to go ahead and lock in the first set here, it seems. No last leg decider. And if that happens at this point, it would be because of a complete floundering of Black Saddle's opportunities. That's up for 16. After missing the 32. 180 needed. And I say that because you need to have a finish. It's the only way out of the scenario. It doesn't get to a finish at 174. So now you have to fade another 6 darts at minimum. Double 16. Not quite yet. Over to the double 8. Does go. Black Saddle completes the first dip in this final. So now they're going to go ahead and play one more set. One more best of 7 to decide it all. Doing some hugs and handshakes across the board. I imagine they're not going to take very long. You're going to go ahead and get right into the fray. You would think. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get everything set up here real quick. Victor saying Luke and Luke in the World Cup. It's going to be crazy to see how they would throw on a soft tip board. Yeah, you're telling me. I think the soft tip board would just turn off because it would be too busy trying to do all the math. It would hurt its computer. Jenkins finds a bowl on the top side. Might be a tie. Did Scuba get it? Scuba might have got it. They're all having little team meetings on the side. You can actually see them all having a chat over here. Actually, switch to this angle. You can see all the teams talking it out, taking this moment, knowing that they need to lock it in and rain through 4 big wins, 4 legs. Nothing else today matters. Now, everything else has already happened. That's the past. This is one set that decided all. Black Saddle deciding their order. Sam Saloon giving a motivational talk. Here we go. Matt Graff, team captain, going to set up the order. Let's actually see who he's putting in. And let's see what their setup is. Normally, we don't show this part where they're setting it up. I'm curious to see who's sitting on Black Saddle. If Matt's going to take the seat again or if he's going to play on through. Everyone played strong on Black Saddle, so I don't know if I would change much. But then again, Matt was part of the success in the seat we saw. Scuba in the top position. Gauthier in the second. Pilgrim in the third. Bob in the fourth. Matt Graff is going to go ahead and take the sit. Now they're going to go and set the order on the other side. This will also decide because, again, they have the different starting orders and the automatic setup of each leg. They're not actively doing any team switches. Once it's locked in, you're set for that set. So this final set, Matt Graff will be wearing out his Nikes even more. And Scuba Steve Diker will begin the start. This is what it comes to. This is our last match of the 2025 40th annual WAMO Dart Tournament. Over 4,800 plus players showed up to this event. 310 dartboards showed up to this event. Nick Teixeira showed up to this event. And now we get to decide who will be your Division I team champion. Will Black Saddle get across that hurdle that has been losing in the final for the last 3 years? Will they be able to hoist that trophy? Will Sam Saloon go ahead and finish what I wouldn't call a Cinderella run? It's not like we didn't expect that team to do well. We saw that they did, I believe they were undefeated in their round robin that we saw yesterday. But in the same vein, when you're all the conversations about Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle, no one was factoring Sam Saloon the way they probably should have. And they know that if they play their best darts like they did in the seat, that they're going to be a tough, tough team to beat. And that, in fact, they can go ahead and win. This is all about pride. Yes, there's some money on the line. But really, this is about pride. And that is the biggest factor that decides all of this. Scuba did not get in on the first onslaught, but neither did Matt Jenkins. So this will be an opportunity. Goes ahead and finds a double 60 on the first, over to the 19s. I don't like that he switched in the last, just because it felt like he had a good marker marker dart. I mean, struggled a lot in that first set. Seems like he's going to have to really switch it around here in the second, and that's a good start to it with the 121 on the shot. John Pilgrim. Let's see what he can do. man who wasn't sure if he's even going to be able to make this event. Playing pretty well. In fact, excellent at times. Finds a 140. Matt Jenkins sitting back at 501. Needs to get in and start playing ball. John's going to try to keep with Jose. Matt needs to keep up with Steve. That is really how you kind of have to evaluate it. Victory saying 300 plus boards is crazy. Logistics of setting these events up is solid. Yeah, you got to say that from what I heard, they were very quick on their setup here. I'm assuming they're going to be, about 6 hours. Is that right? 6 hours to set it up. That isn't okay. That I knew they were efficient. That's insane. Get confirmation here. Backgrounds. Cuba's last start wasn't in the 20. Did go over to the trip 1. Jose now can go ahead and push out. Find another one of those 19s. Seemed inviting. He goes ahead and answers the call. 134. Pilgrim can still be the first one out of finish. Considering Jenkins 6 missed darts on the end. His first leg is looking heavy for Black Saddle, who already completed that first dip. It was 3-2, and it was almost a 4-0 in that first dip. Seems to have been battling it out. This is technically their third match now, right? Played once on the seats. They played first set, and now they're here. Been a back and forth affair. Finally end, but just no real damage done. Sam Saloon needs to make sure to find their rally cry. They need to start firing on all cylinders together, not individually at times. $19 points there from Scuba says, here's your first favor. I'll slow it down a little bit, let you guys have a chance. Say and Jess. Jose, go ahead and try to leave a finish. He has to leave a finish at the bare minimum. And trip 20 leaves a little fish. I say that because there is a route here where John and Steve have some lax turns and Jenkins hits a big 180. Potentially have a shot to 130. You have to always stay in the leg no matter how unlikely it seems. We've seen a lot of doubles squandered. The reason it couldn't happen now. Although John Pilgrim says, I'm going to make you look silly, Nick, and set this up. I was going to set up a little bit more after that first start, but 63 on the turn. Jenkins needs to find a max. You're saying, I'll be going to my first ever event this year at Orlando. Excited for the competition. Well, there you go. Welcome to the world of soft tip darts. Jenkins pulling left and right. Lets us know exactly how he feels about it as well. Scuba. Try to recover from the strugglesome last turn. Still pulling into the 1. See him throwing up in frustration. 2 different ways before finding a single 19. This is insane if this goes. This Sam Saloon should never have had a sniff at a leg like this. You would typically think that all of a sudden 130 is eligible. Find a trip 20. No, goes low on the wire. Got your opportunity. I don't think you get 2 opportunities in this leg. Pilgrim at 108. 80 for 14. Goes down for 16 for 32. Goes outside on the last. Showing some frustration on his face, but it was a good look at it. Has to throw a good rounded. He needs another trip. 100 scored there means that Scuba only needs to hit around 16 some change. trip here for Scuba. See Matt Graff calling it in the background. Doesn't go the direction he expected, but it is enough to freeze. 3 points. He does not get the other shot that he was hoping for. 16. Does get all the way down to 2. And I'll die on this hill as John Pilgrim's going to go ahead and send this first leg to Black Saddle, you would think. Does do. But there's no reason to get set up at 2 if you can set up 4, just because of the freeze math. There's no advantage to it unless you really don't like double 2. We've been seeing that a lot today with the setups here. And I just think it would be a little bit more efficient if we were leaving at 4. Technically, you can leave a little, anything under 10 is usually enough, but you're thinking about every possible contingency, including what you have to shoot when you go back. And not like that second dart at all. I had to fully step off the line. Still 40 on the end. Bare minimum on the assignment. John Pilgrim, I think, having probably the hottest hand of the bunch. Bob Anderson having some of the biggest moments of the team. I think his timing on the 171s he's been hitting has been nothing short of incredible. If he keeps that up, it's going to be very, very tough. And again, this is not the same Sam Saloon that we saw in the seat match. They need to figure out how to get back to that point. The American saying, I'm calling it now. Sitting Matt Graff was a huge mistake. I don't think that that's a huge mistake by any means. I do think, however, it's one of those things where I think Matt Graff is probably the one, out of that whole team, they're all really nice guys, don't get me wrong. But Matt's going to be the one least bothered by sitting to help them go in there and just say, hey, I'll support you guys. I'm going to go ahead. Because no one wants to be the guy that sits if you're the 5th man on the totem pole. And they've been rotating all day long, and it was probably his turn when they got to the final, and he was like, it's okay, I'm going to sit. And that maybe they could have reevaluated going into the second set, but when you just won the first set with a 3-0 advantage, it ended up being a 4-2 win, why would you change it? I don't think it's a mistake. I think, if anything, it shows their comfortability working together as a team. Good 180 from Leon Hopkins as I'm rambling about Matt Graff once again. I'm going to have to try to answer with one of his own. Not going to be able to do so. For the cover on the last of the 19s. Sam Saloon just trying to hold their throw. All 81 on the turn again. Nothing fancy, but you're not worried about fancy as much as you're worried about fancy when you have to break. I'm worried about getting one good treble. Hopefully, I follow it with 2 good singles, right? You compare it to the world of cricket, if you're not as familiar with watching 0-1 potentially. If you're hitting 100 points a turn, if you're hitting a 5 mark on the 20s, that's a 5-0 if you're doing that every single time. And that should always be the baseline goal. Yes, you can see players absolutely hit 2 or 3 trebles consistently across multiple turns, and that is the expectation when it comes to winning darts. But the average turn, especially in a format where it's race to 4, it's a little bit longer, and there's so many players throwing in between your throws and you're sometimes sitting for a couple legs, is just about those consistent moments. That's what makes of a champion. Look, I'm psyching himself out for a second. You have to reset. Let's find a trip on the last for the 100. Leon does not have a finish, but should be the first one at a finish if Bob Anderson doesn't leave one. If Jose leaves a finish from here, he's cheating. Oh, good 140. This is what Black Saddle needs, though. They need Bob Anderson to go ahead and take 279 out in 6. below the triple bed. Won't be able to leave a finish. Goes over to the neighbor. Wrong time to be asking for sugar. Now Leon gets to be the first one out of finish. You don't leave a finish from here, you're going to be awfully frustrated. But we'll be able to leave a finish here 10 times out of 10, it seems. I'm going to challenge. In case the 96 doesn't go. Oh, and this is the third or fourth time now we've seen John really struggle on setup shots like this, either going for numbers that would not leave you a finish, or in that situation there, not being a little extra careful with that last start because the one left the 168, which is the like heavily on the side of Sam Saloon now to go. Anderson to try to leave a finish just in case. Happy with that first start. To find a trip on this last. Does do so. Leon gets a shot now at 96 to make this one apiece. Trip 12, single 20, double 20. Just kidding. See, they're shutting down in the background. Dartboard's getting wheeled away. Don't worry. They're going where they're supposed to go. They're not just getting taken. Probably. Needs to get all the way down to make sure the 120 doesn't go, that Bob Anderson has a chance at the 134. .46 is all that Jose has to get to freeze. I really need that last trip to go in. Make sure you really drill this bull attempt. You do not want to have a bad fallout right now. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Just enough 84. I was worried when I saw the fallouts. You can see them wiping the sweat off the brow in the background over there. That was a little dangerous. 134 cannot go for Mr. Anderson. Sam Saloon should be able to take this first leg on the board. Fortunately, Bob doesn't get it low enough, so unless Leon busts, there's a good chance that John will not have a shot at 87. But again, you expect this to go. Gotta be careful. Doesn't bust, so job's still done. John Pilgrim cannot shoot 87. John had to slow himself down for a second. He's like, okay, how do I hit 23? Oh, no good. How can I hit 25? Oh, dangerous. This is when you turn around to Daddy Matt Graff and say, hey, what do I shoot at? So I'm in the debates. See where he goes with this last start. Single 19 for 8. Fine in this scenario. Under Leon. Means if 44 doesn't go, Bob Anderson will have a chance. I drill it. And now it's 1-1 in this matchup. Sam Saloon has a leg on the board in the second set. Just to hold a throw. For the most part, they were in pretty good control, and then it got a little sketchy at the end there. Matt to get the start for Black Saddle. See which version of him we get. We've seen some really brilliant moments, and we've seen some very wild misses at times. Good double 20. Solid 60 on the open. Doing a lot of cheering there for Sam Saloon tuning in. Welcome in, everybody. We're still here at the Rush Center. They're giving out dartboards out front. You just got to go and grab it from the truck driver really fast. Shot there from Leon, by the way. It's a 108 on the open. And I hope you guys have been enjoying our coverage here of WAMO, the 40th annual tournament. 40 years strong, hopefully 40 more in the future, and much, much more. It was a lot of fun being out here. We've been out here streaming this since 2022, I believe. My first one was 2023. Bob does solid on the end as well, so pressure a little bit on Derek to make sure he keeps up with the class. But did he study for the assignment? That's not a passing grade. It's 3 on the open, but Leon had the best open of the bunch. There's your silver lining. You just need to really make up for lost ground on the next. You can see Jose giving a hand heart in the background. I tell Derek to shake it off and not worry about it. Good last start there from Gauthier. That wasn't the follow-up that Leon wanted. 59 on the score. Barely in front on the A side of the score. Bob can really press the advantage. The worst thing you can do here is to only hit like 60, right? If you're Bob, because you don't want them to Derek to then go and hit a 160 in, and then all of a sudden be like, yeah, I'm completely back in this. You want to still feel like you're in front. It's a little bit of a subconscious thing. Derek does need to get in though. He needs to make sure he settles himself in a moment like this. 4 missed starts on the end. Finds it on the 5th. Will he be able to get himself back into this leg before the freeze play starts coming into fruition here? Now, with watching Matt's throw, I've always was told when I was learning how to throw and getting into the game that you want to really make sure you kind of like point at your target on your follow through, but he takes that very literally. He gives a full finger gun at the end of his throw. It's impressive. Now with 81 on the turn, 33 points of separation on the top side. Anderson can go ahead and right now the 110 points already have a freeze on Leon. Lit up the threes. They are done and dusted. 21 points scored. He's going to feel frustrated because that's an opening for Derek to get right back into the leg. Still going to have advantage for Black Saddle going first, but could have had a almost unbeatable advantage. There was a good turn hit there. Instead, it becomes achievable again. Still favoring Black Saddle. Every leg matters, especially because you want to get the break. Because the last thing you want to do is go and start worrying about that last leg decider with 701 points in front of your victory. That thing is a marathon and a beast. Uh-oh, for Matt. Struggles back to back for Black Saddle. And Hopkins to be the first one out of finish, despite the circumstance. No, he will not take that opportunity. Only pulls out ahead by 5 points. Bob has hit the 3 segment 4 darts in a row, and if I'm him, I'm switching to the 20s at this point. Does find the trip 19 and finds it for another. He knows where the 19 was, and he's frustrated that those darts were disobeying him for as long as they were. Eric, 41 points on the turn. Doesn't really help the cause at all. Needed to get back into the 190 range where everyone else has been living. Matt picking back up, finding the 20 with success. Still only 70 points after a good first start. And does get to a finish, but more than likely will not be able to shoot at it with where Derek is positioned. Bob's first start isn't at a 3, so he's ecstatic. You can see it on his face. Fortunately, still not finding exactly what he had in mind with just 43 points scored. I mean, Derek could absolutely get right back into this. Black Saddle's scoring is kind of slow to a crawl. One good round makes a big difference. All of a sudden, a freeze or a freeze now is in consideration because Matt at 128 needs to try to see if he can take it. If not, he can freeze Leon. Needs to get the 44. Doesn't get the 44, so Leon Hopkins can shoot this 131 or break a throw. Despite the circumstances, this is incredible. Can't happen now. Up Anderson at 149. Try to take a big swing. Trip 20 for double 16. You can see Matt Graff calling for it back there already. Oh, but catches the neighbor. 57 to leave 32. Oh, and that one just kicks out. That was at the trip 19. Back to his friend, the trip 3. You can't freeze 83. All you can do is hit a big 180 to make sure 95 gets a chance. Eric, his struggles still apparent. Left a bogey at 166. Couldn't afford to do that. Black Saddle should almost guarantee to have this leg. Double 16 does go, and that's a 2-1 lead in this final for Black Saddle. All the throws across the board, but it has had some ups and downs in these legs. Jenkins finds 45. Feels like a bare minimum on the open, but it might be more than enough if Scuba can't get in. He does get on the last, so basically chalk on the top side. Ooh, accidentally gave him 1 extra point. He evened up his score. How dare he? Trying to sneak his advantage. Still a great 100 in for Derek. Good recovery after a strugglesome last leg. You have to have the memory of a goldfish in a game like this. Got the errors in as well, so everyone in on the first go. Advantage to Sam Saloon early on. You've only 36 points on the turn. Expected a little bit more because, I mean, it's only a 35-point separation on the top side, but it's just about the statement of the scoring, right? It's so hard to stay actively engaged in the match. Not like they're not engaged. Let me rephrase that. Um, they're engaged in the match. They very much want this. This is a crucial matchup, but it is a long matchup. It is a mentally fatiguing matchup, and you're seeing some moments of wild darts and real cold streaks happening, and it's taking different turns with different players. Because they do have screens that they're looking at to score. Those dartboards in the background, that's what the other side of them looks like. They have two dartboards on. They have a 13-inch, which is it's more similar to steel tip sizing, and then the 15-inch, which is what you're seeing on this side. The screen rotates. Matt Jenkins hits a 180 as I'm explaining that. All you gotta do to throw good darts is have Nick go on a random explaining ramble of some sort, and all of a sudden things will happen. Oh, if I stop talking, can Scuba still hit the trip? It seems like he can. How about back-to-back 180s? Great shot there. He goes from ice cold in the room to everyone hitting great darts, and the only difference really being that Matt Graff snuck back here. Eric not joining in on the fun with the 20s. Matt needs to try to get back into this mix. Take advantage of that lax turn. To the wire. Needs to really drill this dart. Does get it. Good shot there. Keeps the run alive, but Matt Jenkins should be able to be the first one out of finish. If he isn't, he'll be very frustrated. This is a good time for the event to start moving all those trash cans in the background. Great shot there on the 123 lead 95. Didn't bother Matthew Jenkins, that's for sure. That's probably true. Oh, Scuba, look at this. 5 great darts in a row. 140 scored. Challenge, Matt Jenkins. Still racing the bottom side. Needs a little help from Derek. This is that little help right here. Derek has definitely been showing some serious struggles. You can see he does leave a bogey at 162, but it's more about him getting the score down than it is about him leaving a finish. 140. That's what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking just let me hit 140 right here. Oh, look at this. Good timing. Matt Kraft fell on the edge of his seat watching back here, and now he's gone. There's the 140 they needed. Not going to get a dart at a double. Oh, and really didn't do too much work on there. And with Derek not on a finish, 113 has a chance. Scuba gets a 3 out of the way. Bullseye needed. No, not quite. Black Saddle really wants this leg in this spot right here. Derek's still struggling. He's done that several turns in a row now where he's hit a 1 or a 3 on the first start and a 20 or a 19 on the second. Last 2 times has been a trip on the last at least. 47 is the target line, so again, another 140 needed. Oh, good first start. Good second dart. What a time this would be. Wow. Matt Jenkins is not going to look at 68. 71 combined points, frozen by effectively 9 points. 10 points would have tied their score. Having a little bit of a laugh. You don't really want to shoot the bull to leave 4. I mean, you do. You want to hit it. Instead, just settles for 6 because of where the math was in that situation. More important to get the guaranteed points again. Scuba missed the big number. Yeah, he has to slow down. I thought he was about to throw the dart like that. Oh my goodness. Reset, Scuba. 5 for double 4. 1 for double 6. Does go. Black Saddle now up 3-1. They do break the throw despite the circumstance. My goodness. What a dramatic way to get towards the end of that leg and way for Matt Gauthier to really just lock in and pick up his performance. And now Bob Anderson and Steve Diker have the darts with match point to complete the double dip. Sam Saloon needs to win 3 legs on the spin. Bob Anderson does get in on the second dart. Finds a trip. 71 solid opening. Finds a double on the first. $65. Only a 6-point separation. Scuba doesn't get in. Megatron might have jinxed Black Saddle with that comment. See what Leon's able to do. Derek's the one that was really struggling for Sam Saloon. I think him taking a sit here is actually really good timing. Leon only gets out on the last, so it didn't really punish Scuba Steve's miss. Topside's basically chalk. Go ahead and take a quick moment to shout out some of the first place winning teams. JB Kettlecorn getting the win in Division 2. You have Rum Runners in Division 3 getting the win. Division 4 is Has-Beens. Division 5 still playing their final. Division 6, Fat Joe Ramjets get the win. Division 7 is Revolutions. 8th is Dre's Juniors Pubs. 9 is Log Cabin Diane. 10 is The Hill Bobby. And 11 through 28, I wish I could shout out all you guys, but we want to get back to the match. But shout out to everybody that's doing well in their finals, as this is getting close to being one of the last matches, if not the last match in the building. Scuba Steve Diker has missed 5 darts on the end. Finally gets it on the last. Leon needs to pounce on this, though. Again, Bob and Matt are basically the same up top. Still only 6 points of separation. Leon needs to make Scuba punished for that decision, or not that decision, but that miss. 59 does not feel like a punishment at all, especially going first. Bob doesn't find any triples on this turn. Opportunity for Matt Jenkins. Opportunity not taken. Wow, this is going to be a little bit of a close one to the end, it seems. But now that he's in, see how the scoring's looking at the moment. The best of 7 race to 4. Oxado wins his leg. It is over. Oh, look at this. Leon Hopkins getting back into the mix. Resetting himself before throwing this last dart. And finds a 180 after some really strugglesome darts at the beginning. Timing that very well and putting a lot of pressure now on Bob Anderson to leave a finish. Even more pressure on Scuba Steve, who is sitting back at 376. First one's good for Bob. Not one of the worst misses. Last start there would have left 152. He scored for Matt Jenkins. He went there for Steve Diker. Leon can now be the first one out of finish after his early struggles. Seems to be heating up in this leg. I say, and then if you're wondering, Leon, why you missed the darts, because I jinxed you, I'm sorry. Still does leave the first look out of finish. Good setup there for 149. Bob does leave a finish at 161, but that is not what he had in mind. A bad time for a 29. Good last start there for Scuba. Helps get them back into this mix, but you thought they were going to try to win this leg here. Having some gold darts. Sam Saloon might be able to make this 3-2. Well, only at 108. Bob Anderson eligible to go on 161. This would be a heck of a way to win the title. This would be the man to do it. Bob Anderson, 161 in a dream. Nope, not going to happen. You're supposed to get the one out of the way in the second dart, Bob, not the first. Sitting at 122 means that, well, I was about to say that Scuba would be frozen, but he's at 172. So that actually takes a lot of pressure off Matthew and Leon in this moment. They'll get the throw the next as well, so there's still a route for Sam Saloon, your seat holders, to get out of the situation. But if Scuba hits a really big shot here, a 140 is enough. If he hits a 140 and Leon doesn't hit the 108, Bob has a shot 122. Careful for deflections. Kicked over to the 5. 36 or less for Leon. Of course, he just wants to take it. That'd be way easier on the mind. Oh no. Gotta slow down this last start. Know what you need. Doesn't happen. Bob Anderson has a shot at 122 now. If he goes 21st, I'm turning off the stream. That's why everyone know that. Turning off the stream. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for watching along. It's been a pleasure. That was our coverage of WAMO. You can't do that. You just can't afford to do that. I mean, if 418s gets you a shot, you can miss your first third and still have a shot. It's the final of Division 1 in the second set. How do you not even ask? You got if you're not 100% certain, why not say, "Hey, teammate"? I don't know. That's frustrating. But Matt Jenkins now can go ahead and punish that. Double top. Sam Saloon. Break the throw. This is a big step in this process of the comeback. There it is. 3-2, and they'll get the darts in the neck. So now it's up to Black Saddle to break if they don't want to go to a last leg decider where, yes, they'll have the throw, but no one wants to play the 701. Derek struggled significantly 2 legs ago. He is going to have to be the better version of himself. Doesn't need to be best. Derek and Matt both get in with 60s. Jason Watt saying the fans want a decider. It's the last streamed match of the event. Of course it's going to a decider. That is literally a rule. Happens every time. And it's like good battle going back and forth. Hopefully you're enjoying your rescheduled flight, sir. We appreciate everybody tuning in, supporting these players, supporting us here at USA Darts as well. John Pilgrim doesn't get in. That's not going to be ideal at all. Sam Saloon. It's Not about the big shots from this leg. This leg is all about just consistent shots. I'll die on this hill. I will say it till the cows come home. Then again, big shots are pretty cool too. Good 140 on the dartboard there to get to 301. They did go off script a little bit there, Josh. They didn't go to the last leg decider in the first set. It was a 4-2. That's the real script. It says maximize all the darts. 22 points there. This is looking heavier and heavier in the favor of a last leg decider. Personally, I am here for it. Contractually and physically. But also emotionally. I love it. These guys have been putting on a great back and forth battle. I mean, we saw it in the seat. We saw it in the first set, and we're seeing it now. There is moments of brilliance, and there's moments that have fallen short for both of these teams. The real question is, who wants it more at this point? Who can string it together more at this point? Who can lock in when they need to the most? .121 leaves 180 in range. They're just going to have to try to find some perfection from here on out. Not going to give up on this leg, but it's like we were talking about earlier. When you're in a situation like this, if you can come back, that's great. You always want to consider those possibilities. But all I'm focusing on is my actual throw itself and making sure it feels as good as possible before all 8 of us have to, or all 8 players have to throw in this last leg decider. I'm thinking just make sure the dart feels good, even if it's not hitting in this leg. Just make sure it feels good because that break of 7 other people throwing before you throw is brutal. To try to stay warm in. So you just need to make sure your mechanics are feeling as comfortable as possible because you can't rely on rhythm in a situation like that. Good shot there from John Pinkham to hit the 100. Frankly, this is firmly in the control of Sam Saloon. Good last start to lead the 116. And good improvements from Derek. I was talking about how he needed to have some improvements going into this leg compared to 2 legs ago, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Turning it around, 1 dart at a time. Helps when your opponents are struggling, but he's also subsequently picked up his darts as well. Jose doing a good job in that B position, complementing those darts. Continue to pile on the pressure of getting low. Matt and John already freeze each other by having a good shot here. Well, there's step 1 of an opening. Step 2 is John leaving a finish. Step 3 is Derek missing a finish. Step 4 is Matt getting low enough. And step 5, Jose not getting low enough. You guys following along? Well, John didn't listen. Missed step 1. Or step 2. I forgot what step was to what. Been a long day of coverage, as Josh said. Long 5 days. Appreciate the kind words, and thank you all for tuning in and supporting us. This has been a particularly sleep-deprived Nick Teixeira this week, so it's nice that I have actually energy for this final. Well, it does leave a finish at 155. Jose cannot afford to have a too relaxed of a turn. He needs to make sure to just, even 100 is fine. But you just can't let this go completely out of the way. Find a trip. Not that one. Pilgrim hit a big shot here to set up a potential outside opportunity for Matt. It will be enough to make sure that Matt won't be frozen, but not enough to stop the 56 from happening as Jose is underneath Gauthier in points. Oh no, 17, double 16, or 9 for double 20. Outside the board. I cannot believe what we just saw there. That is a massive miss. Absolutely incredibly untimely miss, too, from Derek. I don't know what happened there, if it was just the pressure of the moment. But uncharacteristic darts now lead to big opportunities for 155. Doesn't have to go. It just needs to get brought down enough to make sure that John gets a shot if the 147 doesn't go now. Should be enough. It would be close. 22 is the target line for Jose if he doesn't take this. Need 2 trips. Now John Pilgrim will get a shot in this leg. Black Saddle has hung around and somehow figured out a way to get on through. They still got to cross that door. That's potentially the 32 could get frozen now. I can't believe what we're seeing right. 32 is all John needs to get to make sure that's the case. I would go the 20s route. The 15s for the match. It doesn't happen, but again, Derek can't shoot 32. There's a little bit of a saving grace in this moment. Two needs to get brought down to 4. Does do so. Now 55, 15, double top. What a moment this would be. 17, double 19. Does go! Black Saddle ends up getting the win, preventing the last leg decider from happening. And oh my goodness, they always had us guessing on their math. But man, oh man, did they get the win. 4 straight finals. Finally get the win. And the destiny has been fulfilled for the Black Saddle bunch. Matt Graff, Matt Gauthier, Steve Diker, Bob Anderson, John Pilgrim. Congratulations to you, gentlemen, for that big win there. And, of course, we want to give a shout-out once again now to our runners-up who got double-dipped after a great seat win. The unfortunate end for Sam Saloon is still a great second-place finish for Derek Schneider, Jose Compine, Leon Hopkins, Matt Jenkins, Brad Zimlow. So congratulations to you guys. Congratulations to Black Saddle once again. And congratulations to everyone that were able to make it through my subpar commentary these last 5 days. I appreciate each and every one of you tuning along, giving us love, support, but we are pretty much done here at WAMO. Almost all the other brackets are done. And folks, that means that we are about to sign off for the coverage of WAMO's 40th anniversary for 2025. We will be back here next year for more great Wisconsin darts. My name is Nick Teixeira. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Give us a like, give us a follow. We'll be seeing you next time for the next big event.